Okay, so it's now 8 o'clock here in New York. Welcome everyone, both those here in person and the members joining us through Zoom. I think the tally now, subject to, I'm looking to see, I think Chris we know is here, is 12 members present in New York, and 6 joining online. And I think, you know, it just reflects the challenges of the period that we're living through at the moment. That, you know, I know that even, you know, amongst those joining online, there's several members who were expecting to be here and have had to pull off at the last moment for varying reasons. And certainly amongst those of us who are actually here, I know from talking to people, you know, some incredible tales in terms of sort of length of journey, connections, challenges, getting visas, and even those that have made it. I think we've got 3 instances of lost luggage amongst both members and staff at the moment. So it just shows us that we are not in, you know, yet back in normal times. And of course, we have the challenges of running a hybrid meeting. But I just thought, you know, before we actually start, I thought we should actually just pause and congratulate our colleagues and staff on actually the fact that we've made it this far. So I think just a round of applause for everyone. Thank you for the huge efforts you've made to get us to this point. We've, in terms of today, we know that we will need to adjust the agenda slightly because we have a mandatory fire drill here. So the second break will be from 11:50 till 12:10. In terms of the agenda, I think the way it's constructed reflects the fact that we had a, you know, really successful meeting in March. We got through a tremendous amount of material. You know, I think particularly, you know, obviously we put a lot of effort into the material on sustainability reporting, natural resources, but we also got ahead of ourselves in terms of approving IPSASB 44. So, you know, I think March was a huge meeting for us. We've in a sense, we have no approvals on this agenda, but that's not to say that we don't actually have some very tricky issues that we need to work through. But what we've tried to do is actually allow sufficient time for debate and discussion. And certainly what we'll aim for is to get agreement on those issues. Where we do hit issues that we aren't in a position to move to agreement on, at least I think we should be trying to identify what those differences are and what will help us move through, you know, really ideally between now and September to actually bridge the gaps. In terms of the actual agenda, then there are a couple of agenda items that I've talked to staff that we will just shuffle within the days in order to maximise the time for debate. So in terms of tomorrow, the session on measurement, we're going to actually bring John's paper on conceptual framework up so that we deal with that first tomorrow morning, and then we'll move into measurement. And of course, we've got the valuers with us, and we'll have plenty of the rest of the morning, the rest of the session then to talk about mainly current operational value. The other likely changes on the Friday, we have the presentation and discussion with Kevin Dancy, the IFAC CEO, and what we will do at that stage is move then from that into the item on the Public Sector Standards Setters Forum and plans for that before, if we need it, going back to discuss the final items on ED 78 property, plant and equipment. So that's just a switch of those two items on the Friday morning. So no changes between days, but just in terms of shuffling there. I think with that, we are ready to move into the remaining items in terms of item 1. So I think at that stage we're on to approval of the minutes from last time round, item 1.3. Are there any remaining comments on those minutes? So I need to make sure I look both on screen and in the room. I'm not seeing any hands raised, so I think we take those as approved. Then we have the, I think we might need to avail ourselves of the, thanks, Leah. So then we've got the two items on the IPSAS IFRS alignment dashboard. Obviously, we have the change there to reflect the issue of IPSAS 44 last time round. On the IPSAS ISS alignment dashboard, that's something where there is ongoing work at the moment, ongoing discussions with the Secretariat there, and we'll provide you with an update most likely at the next meeting. In terms of the report on activities and communication, I would just like to reflect on the fact that that's clearly changing when you look at the events that members and TAs are participating in. You can see a lot more there in terms of people actually attending physical meetings. And I think, again, thanks to everyone for the extent of the outreach you're doing, but also, I know, for example, travel to the event in Saudi Arabia. So just to reflect on that, that's changing, but thanks everyone for carrying on with that. With that, and hopefully cessation of the banging next door, we had the CAG meeting yesterday. A number of members from the CAG here in person yesterday. Again, thanks very much to them for making the journeys. Thomas, obviously we'll pick up on measurement discussion tomorrow, but I don't know if you want to make some observations on the other items at this stage.
Yeah, I can give a short summary and then I can see what I can contribute in more detail tomorrow. So a couple of board members also attended the CAG meeting yesterday, so that was great. Thank you for your interest in the discussions of the CAG. I think we had really a very interesting and fruitful, rich kind of meeting. We kind of repeatedly said that we try to squeeze in an 8 hours meeting into 5 hours, very intensive. With only 15-minute breaks in between. So it was really kind of great to have the full extent of coverage as we had it in the past, including the implementation session. And that actually was the first agenda point, material agenda point was the implementation issues, a presentation of the European Commission of Rosa. She's in the room here, sitting over there. Which was really a very informative and clear presentation on their project in early adopting IPSAS 41 financial instruments. And I think I can say that members found that extremely enlightening and timely, especially given multiple implementation projects being started soon. So I think it was really, really timely to have this discussion. So the key messages of the presentation, and Rosa, please correct me, shout, scream, whatever, if I tell something wrong here, but the key messages of the presentation, as much as I understood that, were that the application of the new standard provides more useful information, and by that more transparency on the impacts of the use of financial instruments. A major example was the implementation of the new expected credit loss model as forward-looking approach compared to the incurred credit loss model, which is based on past data or past information. And thereby it better supports decision-making, such as regarding the amount needed to be put aside in budgets of coming years for the coverage of future losses. This is what the European Commission tries to do, kind of already to set aside money to cover future losses. And obviously, I think that the new expected credit loss model supports that much better. And the new standard furthermore facilitates the alignment with risk management and risk reporting. I think that was highlighted as being very important, and it fosters the cooperation between the different disciplines, being accounting, budgeting, and risk management. Furthermore, the standard addresses the commonly heard feedback from politicians that financial statements lack relevance because they are only looking backwards. However, I think it was still stated that the communication challenge remains to provide, on one side, technically accurate information, but on the other side, present that in a simple and understandable way so that stakeholders like politicians can understand the messages. Other implementation challenges were identified in the enhanced use of judgment, if we're talking about credit risk, for instance, and the limited guidance for the accounting of guarantees. And here the European Commission developed more detailed accounting policies on their own to kind of translate that into their specific situations. Then we had the technical director's report, and here in this agenda item, members especially supported the approach of providing additional guidance to RPG 1 and RPG 3 as presented by Ross in the context of sustainability reporting. Regarding the sustainability consultation paper, some members asked whether it could be considered to extend the consultation period, but the program director and the board chair emphasized the urgency of the topic and the high relevance of speed to market. And given the necessity to make a decision in the future role or on the future role of the IPSASB in the area of sustainability standard setting for the public sector by the end of this year, there would be no possibility to extend the consultation period beyond September 9th. I think we had that discussion. Regarding measurement, just a quick summary already now, or do you want me to do that tomorrow as a lead into?
I'd suggest we do that tomorrow, if that's okay.
Right,
Thomas.
that's okay. So then the last agenda item was advancing public sector sustainability reporting as a topic, and I can say that the CAG generally supported the preliminary views and specific matters for comment proposed in the IPSASB consultation paper. CAG members said, yes, there is a need for public sector specific standards, and yes, the IPSASB in general is the right body to do that, provided that there are resources, because members highlighted the danger of not having enough capacity and capability to do that. There were some members questioning whether kind of the competency and the capability is already sufficiently represented at the board table, and there needs kind of to be something to be done in this regard. But nobody questioned that at least to start dealing with the topic, the IPSASB would be the right place to go and to deal with that. And last but not least, to support the development of a sustainability framework and to help evaluate which topics should be included as projects in the sustainability space, the CAG advised the IPSASB to prioritize defining sustainability and better explaining the scope of the project. Sustainability, in view of the members, is a too broad a term to be left undefined, and readers will have different views in understanding what are we talking about and what are you talking about, and closing this expectation gap is critical for the success of the project. So I think that's in a nutshell the discussion of yesterday. CAG members are around, so if there's anything you want to kind of add, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. No, I thought that was certainly, it was very good discussion on sustainability reporting, and a number of very helpful pointers there, I think, for our further deliberations, and a lot of good different perspectives, and it was very good to be able to kind of discuss the full suite of PVs with that group. So thank you for that, and thank you again to Rosa for the excellent presentation. I thought that was, given that we have a number of standards that are have effective dates coming up, if we can have if there's opportunities for further presentations by early adopters, I think that would be very helpful. Both, obviously it's CAG agenda, but I think from the board point of view, it brought out a lot of very helpful points, and it was actually very reassuring that, notwithstanding the scale of the changes involved in moving to the expected loss model, that actually it was felt that in terms of the quality of information, that was actually overall beneficial. And certainly I think that was a good example of the sort of experience that with the new pathways to accrual portal on the IFAC website, that experience can be shared in that way for the benefit of others. So I think from the point of view of board members and TAs, if you're aware of projects where you're early adopting, certainly if you can let the Secretariat know on that, because I think it would be good that we can share as much experience as possible. So thank you very much. I thought that was a very good session. Anything else anybody wants to raise? As Thomas mentioned, a number of the board members were there for the discussion yesterday. So thank you, board members and TAs, for taking the time to observe those discussions. Any points? Okay, that's good. So with that, we conclude item 1 and then move into item 2. Ross, over to you for Programme and Technical Director's report.
Thanks, Ian. So before I get started, I first want to say thanks to Lucy for sending through some helpful comments and some edits on the Programme Technical Director's report. Some embarrassing misses by me, but I'll make sure I pick those up by the end of the meeting. So thanks, Lucy, for sending those across. So just quickly want to highlight on this slide that there have been significant changes to the work program resulting from the progress in March. I won't go through them all in details, but I have updated these on the work program. They're now reflected in the package, except for IPSAS 44 was still in there, although it didn't have any dates or deliverables left. It needs to be removed. So that's one of the things Lucy pointed out to me. So thanks again. Including the update of the end date on the measurement and the revenue projects by moving those back. So you'll see those reflected in the work program. Before we move into a discussion on something Thomas already highlighted, we talked to CAG about yesterday, I just wanted to, thank the staff and the task forces for all the great work they've done in between March and June on a couple of pretty tough projects on some very challenging issues. And I just remind the board that when we get to those papers to please comment back on the questions in the paper first before we start jumping into other issues, because we do need feedback on those specific questions to be able to move the projects forward. So just a reminder to try and keep the discussions answering the question as a first point before we move into, tangent issues, because there are some pretty important issues on measurement, revenue and transfer expenses in particular, as well as leases, that to be able to move forward and have the right issues on the agenda in September, we'll need feedback on the key issues in the papers this time around. And a reminder that we will revisit the work program on Friday, and any updates needed to the timetables based on progress at this meeting. In my report,
Can I just pause and check whether there are any sort of comments or questions thus far? No, okay, good.
Thanks. In the work program report, I do talk a little bit about the new projects we agreed to add starting in 2022 at the March meeting, and presentation of financial statements and differential reporting, the two major projects. We'll talk about a little bit on day 4 when we talk about the program for the Public Sector Standard Setters Forum, where we'll really start to kick those projects off with some in-depth discussions with national standard setters. But I wanted to spend a slide or two talking about the Reporting Sustainability Program Information Project we agreed to add. Now, on this narrow scope project, we've been working with OECD staff from the Budget Directive. They're involved in the Paris collaboration on green budgeting and developing a green budgeting framework and principles that support that. And in working with them on that and looking at our own guidance, we realized quite quickly that the reporting model they're talking about in their green budget framework is almost completely consistent with the principles in the reporting model we have in RPG3, reporting sustainability, reporting service performance information. Too much reporting. So that model is very much focused on developing service performance objectives and performance indicators and reporting against those defined indicators. And the green budget framework that's being developed is very much about developing green programs and specific performance indicators in those programs and the budget allocations that go to those and the outcomes and outputs those achieve. So very much looks and feels like our RPG3. The problem is RPG3 at the moment doesn't really get into sustainability or have examples that are sustainability related. So in working with the OECD, we're proposing to add implementation guidance and illustrative examples that relate to green budgeting and green programs. And I'll walk through a couple of the thoughts on questions. And then related to that type of information, if you're starting to account for the impact of green budgets and green programs, we think there's a natural read across to RPG1 reporting on long-term fiscal sustainability, because these investments in the 3 dimensions that are talked about in RPG1 would have an impact on the long-term fiscal sustainability of an entity. So again, we're proposing a few questions and some supporting examples to help ensure people applying those more models see the relevance of sustainability and in particular green budgeting. And again, this links very strongly with the IPSASB strategic objective to make the financial reporting information useful for multiple purposes. So in this case, budgeting. So on this slide, we've highlighted the questions that we're thinking of. And again, this is preliminary and we're just working through it now. But we're thinking that we'd use 2 IGs, and the first IG in RPG3 would be, can an entity apply RPG3 for reporting information related to green programs? And the answer to that's a simple yes. And we explain by reinforcing the principles within RPG3 on how that relates to reporting on green programs. And then our IG2 is, how does RPG3 apply to an individual green program? And again, reinforce the principles that already exist in the standard and help explain so that the users of the standard can see themselves using that guidance. And then working with the OECD, we're planning to add at least 3 illustrative examples on specific types of green programs. So the first one being a green bond, the second one a carbon tax, and the third one an investment in infrastructure to mitigate the impact of climate-related risks. And each of those relates to one of the different one of the dimensions in RPG1. So RPG1 looks at the forward projections of the inflows and outflows for an entity by looking at the debt dimension, the revenue dimension, and the service dimension, and the inflows and outflows related to those broad categories. Now, yesterday during the CAG suggested a couple other options that we'll think about as well, related to specific types of green programs that are prominent at the moment and governments are undertaking. So one was investments in renewable power. The second one was, actually, I can't recall the second one off the top of my head at the moment, but they were both relevant. We're going to look at those and we'll raise those with the OECD as well as we work through this. Moving to RPG1, again, a simple question would be added saying, can an entity apply RPG1 for reporting information on the impact of green programs on sustainability of an entity's finances? Again, using the principles in the standard, we'll explain, yes, they can. And then how should a green program impact on dimension of long-term sustainability be addressed? Again, there we would explain using the principles and likely the examples that we've talked about in RPG3 to show how that's relevant to fiscal projections. And then which principles and or methodologies should be applied on reporting on impacts of green programs. And we do already have a developing draft of this guidance. Again, it's still premature, but we are developing it. And I think the intention is we'll bring it for the board to review at the in-period check-in at the end of July. So they'll be able to have a first look at it and a discussion with a hope to be able to agree it at the September meeting.
Thanks, Ross. And obviously then we'd put that out for public consultation, so it would effectively be an exposure draft, even although these are all non-authoritative pieces of guidance. So obviously we're not looking for sign off from board members at the moment. And I think perhaps, Ross, if you can circulate the slide for board members to comment on, in the next week or so out of session, but just interested in any, sort of high-level thoughts, reactions from board members at this stage as to the sort of proposed approach and kind of coverage that Ross has outlined there. If there are any immediate comments people want to make, happy to take those at this stage. Yeah, Chris, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I like this so much. I just want to think that in approaching IE3, we may need to take a look at our infrastructure project, just to put us on mind.
Thanks, Chris. Any other thoughts from members? Okay, so as I say, we'll circulate the slides. So any further comments or thoughts, and then we'll get a look at the sort of developing drafting at the check-in. I think, again, when you read the RPGs, actually, it just strikes you how prescient we were in terms of developing those, and there's nothing there that really kind of trips us up in terms of the kind of core text in the RPGs. So this is all just non-authoritative on how you would apply it in practice. And the other thing that we just need to work our way around in this context is, although there will be a sort of finalized OECD paper outlining the principles or whatever they call them in the autumn, we just need to work our way around that in terms of not referring specifically to that as the convention is in our literature, but we'll probably put something out by way of staff Q&A or something like that that does actually specifically make the bridge into the OECD principles. So, there's a few things to be thought through, but that's helpful. And again, if you can respond, even if it's just actually, yeah, this works, that would be helpful. Ross, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. So the last thing I wanted to...
Oh, sorry, Scott, I missed you.
No, Ian, I was late. You're fine. I just had a question. It just dawned on me when you made the last comment about OECD. Is this going to be written in such a way, and I think the answer is yes, that we can apply other guidances coming out? Because I see other people coming out in this space, and I'm assuming we want this to be broad enough that it's just not limited to OECD, even though I know it won't mention it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, Scott. And I think if members are aware of anything else that they feel we should take into account in this space, then absolutely, because, that's why we don't conventionally tie ourselves to somebody else's guidance. But as you say, if there are other pieces of guidance we're aware of in this space, that we can make sure that we basically emphasize the broad applicability, that would be really helpful. So if you can contact Ross with those. Ross, you want to come back?
Yeah, I was going to say it'd be great if you are aware of anything any other organizations are working on, and particularly related to this, let us know. And I think even in working through the first draft of this, we've probably broadened it a bit from where we were initially thinking of linking it just to budgeting and talking about green programs, so that it sufficiently would include budgeting, but it could be other initiatives not related to budgeting that have a financial impact as well. So again, you'll see the full draft at the end of July, and be grateful for comments then. But yeah, we're quite excited about being able to leverage the existing RPGs that are a little bit forgotten internationally. But as people search for sustainability reporting models, these ones are there and they're already ready to use. So by adding this implementation guidance and illustrative examples, I think we might show the world a solution in the medium term they can use.
Okay.
So the last slide I wanted to talk about today, and it's talked about in the report, is just to remind everybody that after the September meeting, we have the Public Sector Standard Setters Forum in Cascais in Portugal, and we're being hosted by the OCC for the meeting as well. So the September meeting will run from Monday to Thursday, not Tuesday to Friday like the normal convention. And then we'll have the Standard Setters Forum the Monday, Tuesday immediately after. So and this is more a call out to all members, TAs, observers who have an interest in coming to the forum, or links to your national standard setters, to please help us reach out in the next couple of weeks to the standard setters in your jurisdiction and region, because we really want to make sure we have a broad, diverse group of participants joining the Standard Setters Forum. And we want to get the registration up as quick as possible. And we'll spend some time on Friday walking through the agenda and sharing some thoughts with the board to get some feedback on how we plan to use the time. And I think it should be a really exciting forum with a number of really interesting strategic topics for the future. So we'll be talking about the new projects we've added this year to the work program, and starting to kick those off with some thinking and scoping. We'll be talking about sustainability, and national standard setters will get an initial high-level readout of the feedback on the consultation paper and some initial thoughts coming out of board discussions the week before on what we might do. And probably most importantly, starting to talk about the 2024 to 2028 strategy and work program and what the board will be working on in the future. As the standards continue to mature and progress and be used, that creates opportunities and challenges for the board and staff in the next phase of developing and maintaining the IPSAS. So we'll have some interesting discussions on that. So if you're interested and you want more information, talk to any of the staff who are here this week, talk to me, talk to Ian. But if you can make it and join, it would be great to have everybody join us in person for this event. It'll be the fourth one, and I'm hoping it'll be the best yet.
Thanks, Ross. Over, Adrian.
Well, thank you, Ian. Well, this announcement brings a question to my mind. It's broader than just the organization of this forum. It's about one of the bullet points learned from other standard setters about the projects and issues. I have been recently asked to sit in a reference group for the IPSASB on developing standards for assurance on sustainability reporting. And after the first meeting we had 10 days ago, I couldn't help asking myself, well, what are the coordination procedures or processes between all these standard setters, IPSASB, IASB, IPSAS board, etc. And I hope maybe this forum provides an answer to that question, because currently I was really amazed by the fact that the IASB is going down its own path. We are going down our own path. And probably, well, one of the questions I put to this reference group was, okay, how could we develop assurance standards on sustainability reporting if we don't even know, at least for the public sector, what would be the reporting standards? So a bit ahead of time, probably in this reference group for public sector. But anyway, the question was, okay, what's the coordination setting for all these standard setters?
I mean, I think that is an extremely good question. And I mean, I think, you know, the honest answer is it's evolving, and a lot depends on the almost the personal contacts that we all have. I think we are getting more deliberate in our contacts. So, for example, actually, Ross and I have been having conversations, for example, with the Governmental Accounting Standards Board that deals with state and local government here in the US. And indeed, actually, we're having dinner with the chair and technical director tonight. First time we actually meet them in person. I think all of the standard setters, the international standard setters, are very acutely aware of the collective pressures that we're all coming under. And so 2 weeks ago, I was sort of sitting here with Andreas Barkow alongside me, chair of the IASB. So we presented on our programs, and that, certainly since Andreas came into post last year, he and I have had a lot of different conversations, and we've instituted a regular series of sessions, chair and technical director level, to talk about programs and particular projects of interest. And I think, we are sort of having regular calls with New Zealand, for example, after the meetings. We've got a call coming up on that with Canada and so on. So, but I think, one of the things that might well be good is actually to, just sort of take the opportunity of the going into the forum to sort of systematize that a bit more so that we're aware of that. And, for example, also, there's been an informal annual updates to CNOCP International Committee, and I think we could do with just really taking stock of those relationships. On the audit side, I think, again, that's, Ross, you've got relationships in with InterSci, but again, I think we need to systematize that a bit more. And then on the sustainability side, as you say, huge range of activity going on at the moment. Certainly, I've had a fairly active dialogue with the IFRS Foundation over the last year. We've also had introductory sessions with the Global Reporting Initiative, who've expressed public support if we step into the space. But then, as you say, there's there's a European initiative, there's what the SEC is doing. So there's a lot of things, as well as what's going on at national level. Again, we know, for example, in Canada, there's the fairly firm intention that there will be a Canadian sustainability standard setter. New Zealand's going. So there's a lot going on, and I think actually, it's kind of been on the to-do list, but not yet got to the top to get more systematic about this. Ross, over to you.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it is evolving in the sustainability space in particular. One thing I would say is, we are a little bit lucky with the IPSASB here that we're part of our family is the IAASB. So we do have very strong links in understanding what's happening in audit insurance in the global standards. We have staff connections. James is the head of the IPSASB staff as well as the IAASB staff. So we have regular management team meetings, and we have a staff working group with IAASB on sustainability. So we're kind of both thinking about this space at the same time and keeping in connection on that at the staff level. On the international standards, we do participate in the InterSci FAS group, which again, the audit board also participates in, as well as Mike, who's on screen today. He's on the InterSci FAS and joining those meetings now. And they've just announced an important meeting coming up later this year. I think it's in middle of October. And I assume one of the topics on that agenda will probably be sustainability related as well. So there's a lot going on. It's moving quickly. As Ian says, we're working to better systemize it. But I would say at the moment, we've got a good handle on those who are really thinking about sustainability, where they're going, what they're thinking about. And we continue to have regular dialogue with them, which I think is helpful.
Yeah. And then I'll go to James.
No, but just a very short comment. At least during that last meeting of the reference group IAASB we had 10 days ago, we were we had a discussion on the definition of sustainability. So maybe probably the first thing to do on the to-do list is to sort of freeze a sustainability definition applicable to all standard setters, because this obviously is one big issue.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that, and I think that chimes with the comment that came from several members in the CAG discussion. Yeah, I think that's something that we all need to put a kind of boundary around the space. James, did you just want to comment?
Thank you, and maybe to Hervé's broader point. It has been sort of bubbling in the back of the minds of some of the leadership of the chairs, as well as within IFAC. And I think your general point is, how do all of the different international standard setters speak to each other? And there's a lot of bilateral conversations, trilateral conversations, but when should the ISSB and the IFRS, the valuation community, the private sector, the public sector, the assurance, the accounting, shouldn't all the leading international standard setters just kind of talk a little bit about the challenges of standard setting, directions, and pace? And that's been something that's, I guess, bubbling in the back of the mind. And I think a few years back, there was an idea to organize that forum, but the obvious question was, well, what are we all going to talk about? I think sustainability offers a real opportunity. I know, at least within the leadership of some of the chairs on IFAC, that idea is again. So, yeah, I'm holding out hope, Hervé, we can look at a broader coordination, a dialogue amongst the standard setters to learn about the experiences and challenges amongst our peers. So nothing on the agenda, but it's a good point.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I think just to underline that, obviously we've got the report on outreach activities and the sort of brief discussion about issues from discussion. But I think to underline that if you see, things going on where you think, well, IPSASB really ought to input to that, or there's things coming out of the discussion, as you've just done, Adrian, that need to come to our notice, please do, contact Ross or I and just sort of, alert us to what's going on, because it's just a huge amount going on at the moment. But I think to James's point, I think actually, we're all trying to work on the same issues, and therefore I think that is actually encouraging dialogue and coordination in a way that is very positive. Okay, David.
Thanks, Ian. Are we moving on from sustainability now? Because I've got a question about something else on this.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. No, it was just, I noticed that the academic advisory group is reviewing papers on, and two of the papers or the themes they're looking at relate to one project, sustainability, but also to IPSAS 33, which is one of the pre-commitments. And I wondered if Ross or David got any update on what's happening with that. Thank you.
So thanks, David. Yes, you're right. Immediately following after the forum in September, the academic advisory group and the academic forum is ongoing with in joint with SIGAR, and it's happening in Berlin the back end of the week after the forum. And we've got 4 papers that we've given academic research grants to, and we've received the first draft of those papers, and they've gone through review by the academic advisory group, except for one paper that we're still waiting. It's a little bit after the deadline, but that's not one of the papers you're referring to, David. So the other papers we have received first drafts of, we're giving feedback to the academics, and the deadline for the final papers is the end of August. And then those papers will have a session with the board in September on that, similar to the session we had, I think, in 2021, where we had the first research papers presented to the board. So Andreas Bergman, the chair of the academic advisory group, is going to come to the board meeting and facilitate feedback on the papers for members. in advance of the board meeting in September. We'll circulate the papers for members to pre-read and consider, and then be available to ask questions of the authors of the paper on the research. And then obviously at that point, the papers will be available for us to use in our project work going forward, which is the reason we've taken it. So thank you for that, David.
Thanks very much for that, and also just to thank those board members that serve on the academic advisory group. So I think that's Mari, Patricia, Scott. I'm hoping I've not forgotten anybody. So thank you very much, all of you, for the work that you do on that group. I think that's there's some very, there's some important thinking coming through there that we can really draw on. So thank you. Okay, Ross, anything else? Just concluding item 2 before we move into revenue and transfer expenses. Any other comments anybody wants to raise?
Just one last comment, please sign up for the forum.
Absolutely, and you'll hear that again on Friday as well. So in terms of the session today, the remainder of the session today will be on, and I should say, transfer expenses and revenue, because we're very deliberately taking transfer expenses first to make sure that we give the issues there a good airing. Welcoming Edwin to the table here in New York, and then Eileen is joining online from Toronto. So welcome, Edwin. Welcome, Eileen, and Edwin, I think we're in your hands for the first few items.
Thanks, Ian. I think Eileen is actually kicking off the first slide, so I'll pass it over to her first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Edwin. Hello, everyone, and thanks for your time today to discuss transfer expenses and the revenue projects. We did want to first start with a discussion on agenda item 3.2.9, which was presented primarily as an informational paper, but it will help set the scene for the other papers today. And so staff presented a diagram in March, as board members may recall, which illustrated how IPSASB decisions have formed the accounting models, influenced decisions on source material, and overall reshaped the structures of the proposed revenue and transfer expense IPSAS since the EDs were issued in 2020. Now, this informational paper provided a high-level summary of original source material for the core text of the 2 proposed IPSAS. This was first prepared for the drafting group to see, and as part of the drafting reviews that happened this quarter. Now, during that review, the drafting group did note that it would be helpful to show this to the board as well at this stage in the 2 projects. Now, our discussions today, as the chair has noted, will first focus on accounting principles in transfer expenses, and that's shown on the right-hand column, where the proposed transfer expense IPSAS is based on some of the guidance in ED 72, and this is because there were no existing standards. But the guidance in ED 72 itself also reflected what was in 70 and 71, and thus IFRS 15 for consistency purposes. Now, as members will note from the papers for discussion today, additional changes are expected based on the board decisions that will happen this quarter, as well as in the future on the principles in transfer expense accounting, which Edwin will walk us through in the next few papers. Now, on the revenue side, the proposed revenue IPSAS combines ED 70, which was based on IFRS 15, and ED 71, which was pulling from IPSAS 23 as well as IFRS 15. And the staff and the drafting group went through a lot of drafting and drafting review work this quarter to really polish and refine the authoritative guidance and incorporate more board decisions into the guidance itself. One of the changes that the drafting group decided to make, which was different from the original source material, wasn't explicitly mentioned in the paper, but does appear in agenda item 3.3.1, which we wanted to highlight for the board today because it will feature in a few of the later discussions. And this change is the labeling of the 5-step binding arrangement model in the revenue IPSAS. Now, ED 70, which was based on IFRS 15, labeled these steps based on the order in which you apply the principles to the transaction. And that means the final step, step 5, was the actual recognition of revenue over time or at a point in time. Now, since accounting standards, both ours as well as the IASB's, present recognition guidance before measurement guidance, that meant that the flow of steps as you flip through the pages of the standard would show as steps 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. Now, some of the drafting group members noted that this might cause confusion and proposed instead to change the labeling to A, B, C, D, E, based on the flow of the guidance appearing in the draft IPSAS, rather than the flow of the application to the revenue transaction itself. Now, staff wanted to highlight this change at the beginning of today's session because it will play into some of the analysis in the other papers that we'll discuss later today. So I'll take a pause here to see if there's any questions or thoughts that board members might have before we jump into the technical papers themselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen, for just that orientation introduction. And as you said, just to check whether there are any sort of questions or comments from the board at this stage before we start to move into the substantive items. Okay, not seeing any flags. Thank you very much for that introduction, Eileen. And Edwin, we're now in your hands.
Thanks, Ian. So we're going to start with paper 3.2.1 now, which is the landscape of the transfer expense project. And this very first slide looks like a lot, and it's really just all the decisions that the IPSASB has decided on before, and also what's outstanding in the standard. But really what it boils down to for this meeting is we're focusing on 3 previous decisions and how we're going to use those to go forward in the project. The first one is the need to consider the perspective of the entity when coming up with the accounting for transfer expenses. The second decision from previous meetings is that we should be accounting for a transfer expense based on the rights of the transfer provider from the binding arrangement. And most importantly, the last decision we'll be looking at from previous meetings is that the transfer provider's enforceable right to have the transfer recipient fulfill its obligations is an asset. So that was actually decided on in March, and you'll see that it's one of the key decisions that will drive what we're proposing in this new model. Okay. So before moving forward, one thing I should note is that in March, we used the term transfer right to refer to the transfer provider's enforceable right to have the transfer recipient fulfill its obligations. But we never actually made a decision on what to call that. And these papers use the term transfer right, but it's really subject to drafting. So it's not a finalized term yet. So on this slide, what we've put on here is really a decision tree on how to apply the model that we're going to talk about soon. And you'll notice that the common fact patterns in the middle of the slide are not new. These have been presented to the board back in September of 2021. So what we've done here is to really bucket them into scenarios where there is a binding arrangement and into scenarios where there is no binding arrangement. And then this flow chart essentially goes through each of these scenarios and common fact patterns and sets out what the proposed accounting would be. And the color coding on this slide is really referring to the papers that we're going to discuss and where each scenario will be covered. So
might just pause at that stage just to check whether there are any questions from members on what's been presented so far, because it's obviously orienting us for the next stages of the discussion. Lynn.
So I don't think it's a major comment, but I guess it depends where this ends up. But it's the first green box down, so the third box down on the right-hand column, where we go straight to recognizing an asset, but we would need to evaluate whether or not recognition criteria are met first before you would recognize the asset. I guess it's implicit, but I do wonder if it would be helpful to have a box, or just be careful how we use this so that you don't jump into that inadvertently by showing it in this way.
Edwin.
Yeah, so I guess that will be covered in the paper in more detail, but you're right, there is a step where we have to consider whether it is an asset first. And this is really just a simplification to summarize everything.
Thanks, Lynn. Any other comments before we move into the substantive discussions? Okay, so move us into the first discussion item, Edwin.
Okay, so the first technical paper is 3.2.2, which is essentially the new proposed model for transfer expenses. And I guess this really builds on the fact that at an earlier meeting, the board has essentially said a transfer right can be an asset. So what we've done is we've looked at scenarios where there is a binding arrangement and there isn't a binding arrangement. And for scenarios where there's a transfer with a binding arrangement, because we've already decided that the transfer right is an asset, essentially the key issue is really when this transfer right should be derecognized. And that drives the accounting as to when this transfer right asset will go from debit asset to debit expense. So the paper goes through why we think it should be an asset. And as we've talked before in the previous meeting, it meets all the recognition criteria, as in it's a resource that's controlled by the entity or the transfer provider, and it arose from a past event. And also in the previous meetings, we have said that this resource is likely to be measurable. So based on those points, we are proposing that when there is a binding arrangement, upon the transfer of the underlying asset, you would have a transfer right asset. And then the key issue is determining when the transfer provider essentially loses control of this transfer right asset. And as control is lost, you would derecognize that asset either over time or at a point in time. Okay. For situations where there is no binding arrangement, it's a lot easier for the transfer provider, because essentially when you transfer the underlying assets to the transfer recipient, at that point in time, you would lose control of the underlying asset. And because there is no binding arrangement, in usual cases, the transfer provider would not have any recourse and would not be able to do anything to get those assets back. So therefore, we're proposing that in situations without a binding arrangement, the transfer provider would be expensing the asset as it's being transferred. Okay. So I'll pause here and see if there are any questions.
Thanks, Edwin. So comments on those. Renee, you're first.
Thank you, Chair. So I agree with the rationale here and the approach. I just find we have to be careful with the wording, and it connects a bit with I think Lynn's earlier comment. To say that there is an asset, I think is questionable in terms of the proper wording. I think there can be an asset, recognizing that then we need to make an assessment of whether the asset is controlled and whether the recognition criteria are met. So I think it's at the point where we're going to be drafting the standard, just being very careful with how we're laying out the analysis.
Edwin, did you want to come back on that, or shall I take comments from the other members first? Okay, so I'll just take comments. Lucy, you were next, and then Todd.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Actually, my comment is on paragraphs 6C, which is on page 25 of the agenda paper. I agree with the first sentence that the amount is expensed immediately upon transfer if the amount does not meet the asset recognition criteria or there is uncertainty over whether the amount meets the asset recognition. However, I do not concur in the staff's comments and understanding that this outcome is expected to be the default position for most transfers in the public sector, since majority of the transfers are made without a binding arrangement. Of course, programs and projects in the public sectors are would require interagency implementation or implementation in collaboration with the private sector. And the funds or allotments for these projects are released or made available to the transfer providers, which programmed the projects in their budgets. So for accountability purposes, I believe that in most jurisdictions, public sector entities are even restricted to transfer funds to transfer recipients, whether it could be other public sector entities or private sector entities or individuals, for program or projects implementation without a requisite binding arrangement that contains the terms and conditions of the fund transfers. Of course, this is done in order to safeguard public funds against misuse and to ensure that transfer providers and transfer recipients fulfill their obligations spelled out in the binding arrangement, and that the funds were used for the intended purposes. In the Philippines, government accounting and auditing rules and regulations require a binding arrangement among the documentary requirements for fund transfers. So an explicit condition, in fact, in the binding arrangement is the requirement for the transfer providers to submit certifications by their respective accountants that liquidation or budget and financial accountability reports have been submitted by the transfer recipients to the transfer providers for the previous fund transfers, and that such reports have been accounted for in the books of accounts of the transfer providers before subsequent fund transfers could be made by the transfer providers to the same transfer recipients. This is to avoid the accumulation of unreported or unliquidated fund transfers. And of course, also to ensure that programs and projects were indeed implemented and the funds have been used in accordance with the binding arrangement. So it is, I think it is not safe for us to say that this would be the default position for most transfers in the public sector. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisvi. So I'll go to Todd next, and then back to you, Edwin, to respond to the points that have been made, and then I'll go to Lindy and then to Mike. So Todd, and then back to you, Edwin.
Thanks, Ian. When I was looking through this paper, and I think it's important here, we are talking about binding arrangements. In binding arrangements, the way that we've defined them in terms of rights and obligations and enforceability and all of that, it makes sense to me that if the transfer provider is the first to perform under a binding arrangement, the initial recognition of that, that's the only performance that has happened. It makes sense to me that you would debit some sort of asset, the right, and credit whatever you've transferred, the cash or other asset. So that makes sense to me in terms of what you would do initially. And the way that some of the discussion has gone, I'm a little bit confused about whether people are saying, no, you don't necessarily do that. There's something else you have to think about, because I don't know whether there is anything else you need to think about, given the way that we've defined this quite tightly on that initial recognition. So I'm interested in being clear. Is that the intention here? Initial recognition. What happens, a minute, an hour, days later is then subsequent, and we'd need to think about then how that asset may be reduced, or the pattern on which that asset becomes an expense, if you like. So just like a bit of clarification.
Thanks, Todd. I think that's helpful. And obviously that does go to the question that Renee raised, and I think also Lynn's earlier comments. So Edwin, back to you.
Yeah, so I guess my thinking was that you're correct, Todd. In this very narrow situation where you have a binding arrangement, because of the way we've defined everything, essentially when the provider transfers an asset, you always have a right that's enforceable, and you're compelling the transfer recipient to do something, whatever that something is. So that we've already decided previously is an asset. So that's why I didn't go a lot into the recognition, because that was already decided by the board at the last meeting. And you're right, like in step 5, whether we want to say it's a point in time or over time, that's a totally separate issue after initial recognition. Yeah. On Liz's point, I guess we made that comment in the paper, but when we do the actual drafting, we're not going to say anything about what's more common for the public sector. So that's not going to factor into the standard when we draft it.
Okay, thanks, Edwin. So, I think it sounds like there is a communication issue here, because I think when you explained it, Todd, and confirmed by you, Edwin, that does seem clear to me. But I just wanted to check with Renee and Lynn that communicated in that way, that addresses the points that I think you raised. So can I just check that, either Renee or Lynn, if you want to comment on that.
Yes, I think explained the way it's explained, it makes sense. Yes.
Thanks, Renee. Lynn.
Yeah, that was always my understanding. I think we will need to return to Todd's point around subsequent measurement. And I don't necessarily think that subsequent measurement is just a point in time or over time issue. I think you need to reassess the asset that you've got at each reporting date, would be my observation, which might mean that should drive whether or not the amount you expense in the period.
Thanks, Lynn. And I think we will come on to that later when we consider impairment provisions. So I think that's been useful just to clarify, and I think that's an instruction for staff then to make sure that that's clear in the way that Todd's articulated it. Now, I'm not sure when Patricia put her flag up, but if I can go to Lindy, then Mike, then Patricia, in that order, and then I'll go back to Edwin to comment on the points that members have raised. So Lindy, to you first.
Thank you very much. I was going to say what Todd said. I think and maybe just a general remark is that in drafting, I think we must focus on the rights that are created when the resource is transferred, because we create rights, and that right is the right to enforce performance on the party, on the recipient. And as the party performs, our rights are extinguished. And I think that's what the focus should be, and not about this resource that we control, but it's the rights that are created and are extinguished as the performance is.
Thanks, Lindy. And that's consistent then with the proposals in ED 81 in terms of the chapter on elements and the conceptual framework. So I go to Mike and then to Patricia after that.
So thank you, Chair. I have 3 remarks on the agenda item paper. The first one refers on para 6C. There is phrased that staff's understanding that the majority of transfers are made without a binding arrangement. That is a little bit different from our observations within auditing international organizations, because that might be a special situation, but nevertheless, what we observed that there are lots of international organizations where transfers are indeed made with binding arrangements. So we might need to acknowledge that. The second comment, it's on para 11C. If you are reading 11C, then there's a statement that the recipient's fulfillment of its compliance obligation is not the key driver. That, let's say, raises the expectation that in the following sentences or paragraphs, it's described what are in fact the key drivers, but that is not the case. So we should consider to, let's say, provide a little bit more explanation of the other drivers, or if there is a key driver on the key driver. And then the third and the last one, that's on para 11D. That is also coming from our experience when we are auditing international organizations. Normally, we have a right on monitoring compliance, but we have some, let's say, challenges with the ability to monitor compliance. I think that was a point I already raised in March, because the situation is like that. We have that right to monitor, but the ability is a little bit hard if you are dealing with, let's say, implementing partners in challenger environments where you, due to security or due to health, you have not the ability to monitor progress every year, let's say, so every second year or just at the end of a multi-year agreement. So we should also take this into account, but I think as we have those feedback from the European Commission or from the UN, I think they will provide the same experience to us. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So I'll go to Patricia and then back to you, Edwin, to respond to those points.
Thank you. My question is in relation to the key driver. In my view, the key driver is the compliance obligation by the transfer recipient. The main question here, I think, in the model, accounting model, is when I recognize the expenses, and the recognition of the assets or liabilities is a consequence of the moment that I recognize the expenses. I think the text should give emphasis to the moment that I recognize the expenses and the assets, because the prevalence in the public sector is recognize an asset and then recognize the expense. But it's not a difference in emphasis. There isn't a difference in emphasis in the principles, considering the executory contract principles that you use, we decide used for this standard. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So back to you, Edwin, and then we'll pick you up, Chris, after that, if that's okay.
Yeah, so I guess this kind of relates to Mike's comment too on the key drivers. So when we looked at when you should be derecognizing, I guess the recipient's fulfillment of the compliance obligation is one of the drivers, but we didn't want to say it's a key driver because we really should be basing the accounting on whether there still is an asset. And yes, the fulfillment of the compliance obligation is one of the ways in which that asset goes away, but it could be where in a situation where the binding arrangement is no longer enforceable. So even if the other party doesn't do anything, if you can't enforce the arrangement, then you don't have an asset anymore. So it kind of ties back to Lynn's point where we have to reassess whether there's an asset at each reporting period. And regardless of whether the recipient has done anything, if we have concluded that there is no more asset, then that would lead to an expense as well.
Patricia, sorry, Ross, you wanted to come in and then I'll go back to Patricia.
I just wanted to add one point, that not to forget that in ED 72 originally, it was really about the transfer recipient perspective for the transfer provider accounting. And we got strong feedback from constituents that we were focusing on the wrong perspective on the transaction. So just to emphasize another reason for whether you still have the asset or not, and making that assessment as the transfer provider, that we heard that from constituents. So I think we can use that as a factor, but we shouldn't refocus it too much that people think we're still basing the accounting on the other side of the transactions perspective.
Thanks, Ross. So Patricia, you just wanted to come back on
Yes.
Edwin's
Thank
explanation.
you. Yes, I think it's necessary to consider the transfer provider perspective, but I think there are two different issues here. The first one is when I recognize the expenses, and we can have the consequence. Maybe the recognition of an asset or liability. And the second moment, I need to establish what I do with the rights and the liabilities. I think it's different moments or different requirements. I agree with Lynn that it's necessary to evaluate again the rights, okay, but I think it's not the main issues in this standard. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Back to you, Edwin.
Yeah, I would say that it might not be the main issue, but then they kind of go hand in hand. Like you would do both assessments at the same time, because if there is no issue that leads to derecognition of the asset, normally, you're right, like as the recipient performs, your asset would start going away. So it's almost like part of the same analysis when you look at derecognition.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is where we've got to be very careful in the drafting, because I think we've got Todd's point about what happens initially, and then we have the options for what happens subsequently. So you could have that during the period after initial recognition that the transferee performs, in which case then you would derecognize appropriately, or you could still have an asset at the end of the year, in which case then you need to consider impairment at that stage. And I think that was your point, Patricia, so that we just need to be very clear and deliberate about each of the stages in the transaction in order to get that clarity, so that people see that logical sequence moving through. So I've got forest of flags going up at this stage. So I think I'm just going to take those in terms of the sort of logical order that hands were raised. So I had Chris first, then Lucy, then I'm not sure whether it was Scott or Claudia next, but maybe go in that order if that's okay. Pause, allow you to clarify, and then I'll go back to the other members that want to come in. So Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe Rossi's comments might have put paid to what I'm looking at. I was just looking at paragraph 11B, and so I'm thinking, or I'm asking, if the service provider, resource provider, and the recipient fulfill the obligations at the same time, the resource provider recognizes an expense. I'm also asking, can the recipient also recognize revenue at the same time?
Oh, yeah, like if they've both perform at the same time, then it would just be revenue on the recipient side and expense on the provider side. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So Lucy, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is in connection with the third issue raised by Mike. I suggest that in addition to the scenario under the proposed underlying principles and new accounting model for recognition of transfer expenses, I suggest that I suggest the inclusion of a scenario when the transfer provider is unable to measure the progress towards full extinguishment of a transfer expense recognized over time, and to determine the point at which a transfer right is extinguished. Thank you.
I think we'll come back to that, Lucy, when we get on to the subsequent discussion.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I would just had a reaction to the conversation, and it's really a drafting comment, but I think what I'm hearing is we have to be worried about key terms like key. It implies priorities. And I think what I'm hearing in conversations, there's a variety of elements to be considered in making decisions. I think we need to keep neutral on that and not give any indication one. It's just a drafting comment. Just be careful about unintended prioritization in the drafting.
Thanks, Scott. I think that's helpful. Claudia.
Thank you. Thank you. So I will add on a point which Mike and Lucy has made to 11.d, where we make some observation regarding ability to monitor, if we have then a binding arrangement or not, and then we could have intention to monitor. We should make clear which belongs to which conclusion. If it's a first time, is it relevant for the initial recognition, or it's a subsequent recognition issue? And what is the difference between ability to monitor and the intention to monitor? Otherwise, it could be a little bit confusing what we mean for this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Claudia. Edwin. I mean, clearly there are a number of sensitivities in terms of making sure that we're crystal clear in the drafting. And I think the point you just made, very much belongs there. Edwin.
Yeah, so right now we are focusing on the ability to monitor versus the intention, and looking at, the fundamental concepts of assets, right? It really is focusing on the ability and not the intention. So we'll be clear on that in the drafting. And I guess in terms of initial and subsequent recognition, it will depend on whether there's a change in ability as well. So I'll make sure that goes into the drafting for subsequent measurement. Yeah.
Thanks, Edwin. And I think it's interesting to note that I think it was Patricia I had this conversation with, that sometimes for the sake of English style, there's a kind of convention that you use, a synonym, a word that means the same but is different from a style point of view. But then in terms of the actual translation, it's important that we're consistent in the terminology that's used. So that consistency of terminology would trump style issues, if you like, to make sure that we don't have that kind of issue coming in of they've used a different word, therefore they mean something different. It might, so just to observe that I think that consistency of terminology, is very important. Over Adrian.
Thanks, Chair. Well, when I first read the diagram, I thought it was pretty much self-explanatory, that we didn't need much more to develop a standard. What I don't understand is that, of course, we want to be crystal clear to readers and preparers, but do we need to refine so much the description of the all possible situations? I refer to the first comment that Lynn made. It is for the preparers, it is the preparer's responsibility to reassess at the reporting date if there is or if there is not an asset, an expense, etc., etc. So should we rephrase every time in every standard the set definitions, the responsibilities, the standards that we develop on recognition and measurement, etc.? I don't think so. I think recognition and measurement are based on a certain number of definitions and standards, and also rely on the judgment of preparers. So if we by drafting the standard in a way that we leave no possible room for judgment and provide a full developed matrix of possible situations, that is not standards. So I'm really worried with the fact that, for example, key, not key. Well, okay, just forget that. Just okay, rely confidently on the preparer's judgment to apply the definitions and the standards on measurement or recognition.
Thanks, Adrian. I think that's a good exhortation in terms of let's just focus on being as simple as possible and as clear as possible. I think what's come out of this discussion, I think it has been useful, is we've clarified the steps, in terms of initial and then subsequent. And I think, your point is exactly right that we do build on definitions in existing literature. There are overarching principles and so on. And we need to bear in mind not to overcomplicate, not to add too many different fact patterns in implementation examples and so on. Mari.
Thank you so many discussions. And so the diagram is so much understandable, and however, it is so simplified that there is so many patterns and so many transactions and occasions. And so the binding arrangement itself has includes so many elements and so many factors. And so I would like to ask you, so will you make so many examples or the supporting statement we should be developed, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. I mean, I think, certainly what's going to be very important is the way in which the core text is supported by application guidance, and then the non-authoritative implementation guidance, implementation examples. And I think when we get in both standards to September, one of the instructions for staff, I think, will be to draw on the debates that we've had in terms of proposing then what we will need by implementation guidance and implementation examples. And to Hervé Adrien's point, we don't want to overcomplicate, but equally to your point, Mari, where there are particular issues that are likely to arise in practice, we need to give the right level of guidance to help people. So people need to see that, if you like, that cascade coming through. Ross, you want to come in? And then I think we've got agreement from members in terms of the overall recommendation, but the comments to pick up in terms of drafting.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in off of Hervé Adrien's point, and I think Mari's point. I think the key is to get the principles as clear as possible on the model, and then use the non-authoritative guidance to focus on key areas of judgment when an entity is assessing its binding arrangement, and give those examples to help decide whether they have a binding arrangement or not, whether the asset still exists or not, so that it can apply the model that's clearly set out. So obviously we have to do both still, but the key is to get the model clear first. And then, as Ian said, take the key areas of judgment identified through these discussions and develop the non-authoritative guidance that's needed, but we won't be able to develop it for every situation. So we need to focus where the entity is applying its judgment to apply the principles to help it decide which way it needs to go. And I think that's the key to having usable, implementable guidance.
Thanks, Ross. Just want to check, Mari and Hervé Adrien, you're not still in at all? Thank you. Okay. So I think a number of instructions there in terms of clarity of drafting, but agreement with the recommendation. So move us on to the next item, recognition of the liability prior to transfer.
Okay. So the next paper, 3.2.3, is talking about the recognition of a liability before the transfer of the underlying assets. And before we get into the actual transaction, just stepping back as a reminder to the board, in IPSASB 19, in the provision standard, IPSASB does talk about the concept of a constructive obligation. And essentially, these obligations can result in the recognition of a liability, even when there is no binding arrangement. And it really depends on the facts and circumstances and whether the entity has somehow raised a valid expectation that they're going to perform and that there's probable outflow of resources. So keeping that in mind, what staff thought about for transfer expenses is that there could be two scenarios when you could have a liability before the actual transfer of the assets. The first one, which is the much simpler one, is if the transfer recipient has already performed under the binding arrangement, then the transfer provider will have a liability to do their part of the obligations as well. The second scenario, and this can happen regardless of whether there is a binding arrangement, most of the time it probably will happen when there is no binding arrangement, is when a constructive obligation exists, the transfer provider will have to recognize a liability and debit an expense for this constructive obligation. And this could arise in situations where essentially they have committed themselves to raising an expectation on part of external parties that they're going to somehow have an outflow of resources. So essentially, this isn't anything new. We're just pointing out in this paper that in some situations with transfer expenses, you could have a constructive obligation, which will essentially lead to an upfront recognition of an expense and a liability through the application of IPSASB 19. So at an earlier meeting, the staff actually proposed to scope out IPSASB 19, and the board instructed us not to do that. So the paper goes into some detail on how we should essentially incorporate IPSASB 19 into the transfer expense standard by providing cross-references to specific paragraphs rather than repeating the guidance verbatim. So I'll pause there to see if there are any comments.
Thanks, Edwin. And just to sort of, if you like, locate the discussion, obviously this kind of comes back into the conceptual framework in terms of this distinction between legally and non-legally binding and obligations. And the original discussion when the framework was under development, the example that was given there was very much the earthquake that had happened in Christchurch in New Zealand. And the example that was given there was the fact that the New Zealand Prime Minister of the day had actually stood up in Parliament and essentially made an oral commitment at that stage in terms of support for the reconstruction work. And that was the example that the board was working with at the time to say that then was non-legally binding at that stage because there was no appropriation or anything like that. But because the statement was made in Parliament and in public, that effectively committed the government. So that was the example that we were working with and that the board had in mind in terms of that constructive obligation, that non-legally binding obligation. Okay, so obviously a number of hands up. What I'm going to do is I'll take a first round of comments, go back to Edwin, and then we'll break for coffee, and I'll come back and take the subsequent comments. So I think Chris, you were first, then Todd, then Lindy, and then the second round I'll take Mike, Camira, and Evie Adrienne, and that'll be after the coffee break. Okay, so Chris, to you first.
Thank you, Jan. I want to take us back to a discussion we had in March on the transfer recipient fulfilling an obligation prior to receipt of the resources. I'm just wondering whether we have practical examples of such a scenario, because so that we don't create doubt in the minds of the constituents when they're implementing this standard. That's just what I want to, my concern.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So I'll go to Todd and then to Lindy and then back to Edwin.
Thanks, Ian. I agree with the recommendation made in the paper. There was just one thing that I wanted to sort of clarify from what you're saying, Edwin. In my mind, if there's a binding arrangement and the transfer recipient is performed first, there's a liability to be recognised. And I think it's when there's not a binding arrangement that you can get the constructive obligation. I don't think you get the constructive obligation where there is a binding arrangement. And if we're talking about that possibility, I haven't got in my mind why there would be a constructive obligation where there's a binding arrangement. Maybe something else is happening outside of the binding arrangement, which could give rise to it, but it's not as part of the binding arrangement. And I just, in what you were saying, picked up that there was an element of doubt in what you were saying around that, where you're into IPSASB 19 as opposed to the liability.
Thanks, Todd. Yes, I can see that point. Lindy.
Thank you very much. So I agree that if it's a binding arrangement as we've defined it, you can have a obligation, a legal obligation when the other party has performed. I struggle with this constructive obligation if it's not a binding arrangement. I also think if we in an arrangement where it's not a binding arrangement as we've defined here, you could also have a legal obligation to make a transfer. I don't think it's always a constructive obligation. I think you could still be required. You could have an arrangement where it's not a binding arrangement as defined. It's a different kind of arrangement and you still have an obligation to make a transfer at a specific time.
So Lindy, just on that, do you have a specific example that you have in mind?
Cuts into the appropriation page, but I think if you have a donation agreement and it's just a general to support your programs and there's no specific, it's not as defined as a performance obligation and a compliance obligation, but I'm just going to give you money. I'm still, they can still hold me.
Is that going to be common? I mean,
I don't know if you want to say a constructive obligation.
Okay, I'll pass back. Yeah, I mean, I think again, this comes into the kind of actually, we just need to be very clear about the kind of main circumstances that are going to arise in order to avoid confusion. So Edwin.
Yep, so I'll go back to Todd's point, and I would agree that it would be very hard to have a binding arrangement and a constructive obligation on top of that. But I didn't want to rule that out because in my mind, then there could be some possibility of that occurring. But if the board thinks that's not really possible, then we can definitely not talk about that in the drafting. And
I think that's probably the right, so you don't need to be categoric, but I think let's just not raise the possibility.
Okay. And then on Lindy's point, it actually ties to a comment I got from a member offline as well. And there could be some sort of legal obligation that could lead to a liability. And so I think we could say that, outside of a binding arrangement, there could be situations where you have a constructive obligation or some type of other legal obligation that creates a liability, and we can approach it that way.
Okay, I think we're going to need to see the drafting on that, but I got some nods from members on that. And then back to Chris's point originally.
Oh, I guess in terms of the transfer recipient fulfilling the agreement first, it is possible. It may be rare in cases where the recipient doesn't have any resources to do anything until they get the money. But again, like when we've talked to the drafting group and also back in when we worked on ED 72, it seemed like there were scenarios where recipients were performing first. So that's why we wanted to have that for completeness.
Okay, so I think, Chris, have a look at the drafting when it comes back, and you know, and see whether that addresses your point. So just at this point, I'm going to break for coffee, but just to record, I've got Mike, then Camira, then Adrienne, then Nima, and then Lynn, in terms of the series of comments after the coffee break. So at this point, we break for 20 minutes, and we will be back here at 10 o'clock New York time, and David will keep us on track. So those members that haven't been here for the physical meeting before, when you hear the bell, that means we're about to start. Okay, thank you. See you shortly.
For those of you that are joining virtually, we just had the fire drill early, so it'll be another 5 minutes as we come back in.
Okay, so welcome back everyone, and obviously for those attending virtually, we have now had the fire drill, so we had the slight extension of the break. I think we'll probably keep to the having announced it. I think we'll probably keep to the slightly later second break time. So that will be at 11:50 New York time. And I think with that, we've got a series of flags up before the break. I'm just looking because I think we had Mike, then Kamira, then Irvi Adrian, then Nima, then Lynn, but I can't see Mike at the moment. So probably let's go. Mike, you appeared just on time. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I have a comment on 3.2.3 because I think overall that could lead to situations which are not intuitive. Let me explain. If no party has yet satisfied its obligation, that leads within a binding arrangement to no expense is recognized. On the other hand, if we have the constructive obligation, an expense and a corresponding liability will be recognized. So if we assume that a binding arrangement is more certain than a constructive obligation, which is more uncertain, we come to the result that an expense is more likely, let's say, to happen in cases where obligations are more uncertain, which is, to my mind, not intuitive. And if we look over, let's say, not one term, over one more financial years, how do we handle situations where we have, first of all, in the first financial year, a constructive obligation, and that later on in the following financial years turns into a binding arrangement? Then we have an expense. Should we reverse it? And yeah, what's the right procedure for that? Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Edwin, did you want to just clarify on that before I take next comments?
I think before the break, we were saying that in situations where you have a binding arrangement, you wouldn't probably would not have a constructive obligation. So it's almost like mutually exclusive situations. It's only in situations where you don't have a binding arrangement where you could have a constructive obligation. So you wouldn't need to flip between one and the other.
But I think Mike's point then was to take the step further, that which may well be relevant to our next discussion, that you could have what happens when you have a constructive obligation. So you've booked a provision and then subsequently it becomes binding. Does that, what would the accounting be? I think that was Mike's comment then, because obviously you've booked an expense already, you have a provision. So what would happen? How would you characterize the liability?
Oh, I think in that situation, you would just reclassify the liability. Like you wouldn't have to double up and recognize the expense again. And when you settle, when the transfer actually happens, you would just debit it against the liability that was set up.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So if I can go to Kamira next and then to Irvi Adrian after that.
Thanks, Chair. In general, I agree with the staff recommendation, but especially for non-cash transfers. But when I try to apply that for cash transfers and also the limitations that occurs in practice, for instance, the integration between budget and accounting, actually, due to the systems, sometimes it's not possible to issue a payment without having an account payable already. And that account payable is recognized when the transfer recipient presents to the transfer provider a payment request.
and that is independent if there is a binding arrangement or not. So, but it's just necessary to execute the budget, because with that document and that account payable, then the budget is executed, and then the National Treasury or the entity is able to issue the payment to the provider. So I'm wondering, in this situation of cash transfers that are really linked to the budget execution, and there must be a liability before issuing the payment, if we are considering that here. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I'll take a couple of comments. I mean, I would say to Kamira's point, I think, and this will come very much into the fore with the next discussion on appropriations, what we can't do in these discussions in the board is cover every single situation that will arise in each jurisdiction, because every jurisdiction, has different arrangements. So what I would ask members to focus on is, in terms of the model that is being presented, what are the areas that, are there areas within the model that would not work within your jurisdiction, or where some form of clarification is going to be required because there would be some practical issue that would arise. So, that's something that you will need to do offline, and as it were, is check mentally, will these models work in your particular situation? And if there are issues that you come across in practice that you have questions about, then that will be something to raise with Edwin offline rather than the meeting, because clearly we've got multiple jurisdictions around the table, multiple issues. So I go to Hervé Adrienne next, and then Nima, and then I'll go back to Edwin for clarification.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm not going to comment on a very specific French situation, although I want to refer to such a situation and try to conclude generically. Okay, so it's about constructive obligations. Obviously, the definition that's given, established pattern of past practice and creation of valid expectation on the recipient. It works. I mean, in our jurisdiction, it works. But it works mainly and probably only in ordinary legal situations. But there are situations that depart from the ordinary law. I give you one example. Well, there's one principle in our jurisdiction, is that any commitment, unilateral commitment from a public entity, does not create, should not, and cannot create any valid expectation for the future. So there is one example which is a very current, that is what we call decisions on a temporary occupation of a public property. These decisions are unilateral. The owner of a public property, could be a land or could be a building, grants a right to occupy the building or the land. Usually it's limited in time, 3 years, 5 years, could be 10 years, whatever, and renewable. But the fact that it is renewable is considered exceptionally not to create any possible valid expectation that it could be renewable period after period. So in this extraordinary situation, there is obviously an established pattern, but it does not create a valid expectation. So my conclusion is, it could not create a valid expectation. I mean, nobody could go to a court and request the renewal of a decision, of a 5 years decision. My point is, we should probably give a precision in the description of constructive obligation and consequences, that it applies to the ordinary situations, and in some jurisdictions there could be extraordinary situations where other factors should be considered in applying, recognizing a liability prior to transfer.
Thanks, Adrian. And I think, clearly, again, that goes to what Edwin's trying to do here is not duplicate the guidance and the transfer expenses. So the important thing there, I think, will be to review IPSAS 19 and make sure that what's in IPSAS 19 actually addresses that. And I think also the clarification that we're proposing with the framework in terms of multiple past events would seem to me to be very relevant to your example. So I think have a think through that. And if there's doubt on that, work with Edwin just to clarify on that. So Nima, to you, and then just back to Edwin, just to pick up on any comments on what have been said so far. Nima.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll pick from where Lindy ended. It was on legal obligation or equivalent means, as we had said in 2021. And therefore, I thought probably it can be included. We have situations where, for example, the Act requires public corporations to transfer 15% of their revenue before the end of the year to the consolidated fund. And as a result, at the moment, if that has not happened, they will then recognize an expense and a liability accordingly. So I thought then we can talk about present obligation, which would include both legal and constructive or equivalent means, as said. Thank you.
Thanks, Nima. Edwin, just any comments on either Camira's point or what Nima's just said before I go to Lynn?
I guess nothing much to add other than we'll try to work on the base principles, and then we'll consider the jurisdictional differences, as you've said. And for Nima's point, yes, we will talk about legal or equivalent means as well.
Okay, so I'd got then Lynn, Lucy, and then Liang.
So my reflection was just, I think it's probably similar to Mike's, but it was around quite often what you see is some form of announcement prior to commitment. And we talk about that in a number of the papers. And I guess if you announce your intention to enter a binding arrangement, where does that leave you? And is that a constructive, are there circumstances where that could be a constructive obligation? And if there was, then you would be recognizing the spend. And then if you then enter the binding arrangement, are you back to executory contract principles that no parties performed? So I think we just need to reflect that quite often in the public sector, you have these announcements before then the nature of the agreements are finalized. And maybe that's in application guidance, or maybe that's in the detail of the drafting to think about how to navigate that when that is quite often a common pattern of events.
Politicians love to make flashy announcements, don't they?
Well, it's not even just politicians. It can be, an announcement by a department in terms of schemes that it intends to put in place, and it doesn't quite know if this is the nature of a scheme yet that it's intending to put in place to award funding, but it might have a past history of having schemes that always award funding. So I think you just need to work that through.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're testing here is IPSAS 19, really, isn't it? Ross, you want to come in?
Yeah, well, I think the point here is, IPSAS 19 already exists. So are they already recognizing liabilities for these? Because that guidance hasn't changed. So I think the key here is we have to build on the guidance we already have. And we're building the model for the guidance we don't have, which is actually the binding arrangement side of the transaction. Because I would say, if you've got these announcements happening and they meet the definition of constructive obligation IPSAS 19 now, then they should be recognizing those expenses before the cash flows already. So maybe that's an interesting thing for us to go away and look at.
Well, I think it's also important in terms of the navigation between the transfer expenses standard and IPSAS 19. Edwin, you want to come in, and then I'll just go back to Lynn briefly on this.
Yeah, I think in Lynn's situation, though, you wouldn't probably go to a constructive obligation because IPSAS 19 is actually very narrow. You have to be able to actually come up with a liability that's measurable to recognize a constructive obligation. So for an announcement to say, oh, we intend to enter into a binding arrangement, but we don't know the terms yet, that wouldn't actually get you to a constructive obligation.
Lynn.
So I hear that. I don't think it is always as clear cut. I guess what we need is the clarity between constructive obligation and executive contract principles. That if you've already recognized a constructive obligation and then you enter into a binding arrangement where nobody's performed, it would seem odd to me to reverse out the expenditure you've already recognized. So I think there's that interaction that we just need to work through.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. That's helpful. And I think Abdullah had a similar point because he's just put his flag down, having raised it when you were talking. So I think that's the instruction to staff, is to clarify that point. I think that's helpful. So then I got Lucy and then Liang.
Thank you, Chair. My comment actually is in connection with the question of Chris. If there are actual cases of transfer recipients fulfilling their compliance obligation in the binding arrangement prior to the transfer of resources by the transfer provider. From the perspective of an auditor, I am not comfortable that we use this as a scenario in elucidating the recognition of liability prior to transfer, because it is possible that in fulfilling its compliance obligation prior to the receipt of funds from the transfer provider, the transfer recipient could have used its funds that are intended or budgeted for other purposes. So including this in the standard might be misconstrued by our constituents that this scenario is permissible. I'm thinking that an appropriate or practical scenario that we can use is the transfer provider can already recognize liability once the binding arrangement has already been entered into or signed by both the transfer provider and the transfer recipient. The signing of the binding arrangement could then be the past event to support the setup of the liability. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I mean, I think what we're testing here is the accounting around the binding arrangement, because if the arrangement is binding under the definition, then the funding issue, I think, is separate at that stage. Edwin, I don't know if you want to just comment before I go to Liang.
Nothing much to add there. I would see it the same way, where the funding would be a separate issue of recognizing the liability.
Okay, so to you, Liang.
Thanks, Chair. My comment is, we say here, if the transfer recipient has already fulfilled their obligation, then the transfer provider should recognize a liability. In my opinion, I think maybe the real life cases may be much more complex, and maybe we will have more condition, such as some outside condition which are beyond the control of both parties. So I think maybe the key is still whether the transfer provider has the obligation to pay or to transfer of resources. So it is not always that the transfer recipient has already fulfilled their obligation will lead to the liability. We may still need to stick to the definition of the liability, whether the transfer provider has the obligation. Regarding the constructive obligation, I think it is an area in practice, which is very hard to make the judgment and very difficult to make the judgment, and different people may have different judgments. So I think we could make reference to IPSASB 19, but maybe it will be better if we can provide more illustrative example to show under what situation for the transfer expense, in the situation of transfer expenses, that we will have such constructive obligation, so that we can provide more guidance to the practice. Thank you.
Edwin.
Yeah, for your first point, I agree. We would have to, it's not an automatic that the transfer provider would have a liability. We would have to look to the binding arrangement, and that's really what's driving the obligation. So if there is no binding arrangement, or if the binding arrangement is set up in such a way that they don't have to pay anything, or there is no obligation, then obviously there wouldn't be a liability. And for the constructive obligation point, I think once we do the cross-reference to IPSASB 19, we can add in either implementation guidance or examples to talk about how IPSASB 19 would apply in the context of transfer expenses.
Thanks, Edwin. I mean, I think that that's going to be one of the things where these out of session discussions between members and Edwin is going to be really important, because we will need to identify those situations where some additional implementation guidance or exceptionally implementation examples are required in order to elucidate the principles. That said, IPSASB 19, I think I'm right in saying, is actually quite closely aligned with IS 37. So we do need to be careful not to alter any of the authoritative guidance in IPSASB 19 unnecessarily, unless there is a public sector issue. So that's just one of the things we just need to guard against. Okay, so I think that's been helpful to get that round of comments. So I think, you know, a number of sort of clarifications, a number of just, you know, questions about the interaction between IPSASB 19 and the new transfer expense standard, which will need to be borne in mind. Overall, though, I think members are accepting the recommendation. It's actually being clear then in the drafting about how this works and how we move backwards and forwards, particularly, for example, Mike's sequence about you have a constructive obligation and then it becomes a binding arrangement. How does that work? Okay, so move us on to appropriations, which is key to testing the principles.
So the next paper is on how the proposed model would apply to appropriations. And so stepping back, previously in ED 72, we've talked about how to account for transfers subject to appropriations. And I guess this paper looks at the issue from a different angle. We first look at what an appropriation is, and really it's just the allocation of funds for a specific purpose, and that's based on the definition in IPSASB 24. So what staff thought was that the appropriation or the allocation of funds itself is not really an accounting event or a transaction. So the paper really talks about, well, you know, how could there be an accounting impact from this allocation? And I guess the first point that we thought of was, well, first you have to look at the facts and circumstances and look at the terms of the appropriation to see if somehow it's a binding arrangement. And if that's the case, you would treat this like any other transfer expense subject to binding arrangements and look to paper 3.2.2 and apply the principles in that paper. So essentially set up an expense if there is an enforceable right, or set up an asset if there's an enforceable right, and then expense according to the terms. Next, we would look at whether there's a constructive obligation for the appropriation. And we said in some cases, just the allocation of funds and the announcement itself could create a constructive obligation. And in those scenarios, you would apply IPSAS 19. So similar to the discussion that we've just had in the previous paper. And then failing that, the next possibility is that you have an appropriation where there's no binding arrangement and there is no constructive obligation. And in that case, you would pretty much treat the you would look at the appropriation as if it's not really an accounting event. And really what drives the accounting is the actual transfer of the assets itself. Essentially the staff thought that, well, there was no need for separate standalone principles for appropriations because the model that we've developed and the other principles that we've developed for transfer expenses already covers all these aspects. So we recommend that we just apply the model to appropriations, but we do recognize that every jurisdiction is different. And we plan to cover jurisdictional issues in implementation guidance, just to flesh out how you would account for certain scenarios. So I'll pause there and see if there are any comments from the board members.
Thanks, Edwin. And just to underline that, what we're not going to be able to do is cover every single situation that you will find. What we want to do is make sure in the bilateral discussions that you have with Edwin about questions about how this applies in your jurisdiction, that we can then get to a situation where we understand there are a number of common issues, common questions, and then write generic implementation guidance to deal with them. But again, it's applying the overall model. So at this stage, it's actually, testing the actual model itself from the transfer expense side. Now, I deliberately asked staff for the board discussion to consider the transfer expense side. Clearly, at a later date, we will come back and have a look at the revenue side in terms of what this means. But I think it's a lot easier, or my personal view is it's a lot easier to see the expense side and to get the model tested on the expense side before we then consider the revenue side. So with those two remarks, Lynn, I think you were first, and then to Chris.
So mine was a question to staff, and I know you might say, well, the model's different, but in your view, is the paper recommending in effect the same timing of recognition of expenditure as ED 72, or is it in any way bringing it forward?
Edwin.
I think the resulting accounting will be similar, but we're looking at it from a different angle now. So ED 72 essentially said you expense it unless unless the appropriation was substantive. And it didn't really provide any accounting reasoning for that. Whereas now we're looking at it from the other angle and we're saying, well, the only basis to expense it at the time is if there's a constructive obligation under 19. So which would essentially mean that, the appropriation is substantive in terms of giving out the funds. So it will get to the same accounting result in terms of the debits and the credits, but it's just using IPSAS 19 to get there.
And I think therefore it's a more principle based rather than, perhaps a kind of more rules based type of thing. Chris, then Todd.
Thank you. Mine is an observation. I'm looking at paragraph 8 on page 21 and see the words approved appropriation in paragraphs 8B and C. I think appropriation itself is an approval. So to use approved appropriation appears superfluous. I don't know.
Thanks, Chris. I'll take Todd and then back to you, Edwin.
Thanks, Ian. I agree that the principles that we have developed and talked about before this paper are appropriate. So I don't see that there's anything extra that we need around appropriations. Certainly in my jurisdiction.
Can you just check your mics on, Todd?
Yep. Certainly, in my jurisdiction, an appropriation is basically an authority that Parliament has given the government to spend. So it's an authority. So it's not seen as driving accounting just through that authority. So that's why I agree that the principles were talked about in terms of a binding arrangement being set up or funding provided through a non-binding arrangement. Those principles are sound in my mind. And I don't think we need to do anything within the standard itself around appropriations, apart from perhaps if it's an issue explaining where appropriations sit in relation to the principles.
Thanks, Todd. Did you want to go back on Chris's point, Edwin, and then I'll go to Renee and then Patricia.
Yeah, I think what I meant to write there, and this is in the context of a constructive obligation, it's not so much an approved appropriation, but one that's been announced to the public. So I guess a finalized appropriation would be more appropriate.
Yeah. And again, I think it does come back to this is, members needing to think through what is the process within your jurisdiction. And I know, having discussed it with a couple of members, that are attending virtually beforehand, that there are different models, and you can, end up, again, it's back to the conversation that we had, that you could end up with a situation where if you have a two-stage process, that actually you could have a constructive obligation that then turns into a binding arrangement because there's a two-stage process and that kind of thing. So it's thinking it through from what, your process actually is and testing the model. Renee and then Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. I also agree that we don't need anything else beyond the principles. But looking at it from this different angle compared to the angle that we considered in ED 72, seems like, or it appeared to me as if we were proposing to expand the scope of what we proposed in ED 72, and we would my question to staff is, what are the next steps now that we agree the basic principles apply? Are we going to have in the standard, the draft standard, now a new section, new text, new guidance on how to account for an appropriation, which was not originally in the ED? So the fact that we don't need to have more on appropriations, so as Todd just mentioned, then one conclusion might lead us to say, okay, we don't need additional guidance in the draft standard. So therefore, this issue paper today would conclude that we don't need additional guidance. I find that it's a risky path to go down to try to include in standard the specific accounting for appropriation, because I agree in many cases it's not an accounting event. So I would caution against wanting to go further with that. Now, when I read the paper, so that's point number one. Point number two, when I read the paper, I wondered if staff's intention was to address the angle that we addressed in ED 72. I find that the angle that was presented in ED 72 was useful and fits in the new proposed model, but the angle was very different. It wasn't about accounting for an appropriation. It was the impact of future annual voted appropriation on a multi-year transfer. So a multi-year transfer that is subject to future annual appropriations. So it's the kind of scenario, if we look at the decision tree in issue paper 3.2.1, it would lead you potentially in scenario number 2, where the transfer has not transferred the funds because they will be transferred over multi-years. But there's this clause that there needs to first be an approval of the appropriation for those future annual outflows, but the recipient likely has performed because the recipient has this expectation that this multi-year transfer has been committed to by the transfer. So I think this is an example of that scenario that we could place that guidance we had in original ED 72 somewhere as implementation guidance or an example. But I don't necessarily see your additional core text on trying to bring in accounting for appropriations, because I don't think it would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. I think you've given this, you've elucidated it in terms of what I was saying in terms of the importance of getting the right IGs potentially, and I would have thought the multi-year scenario is exactly the sort of thing that might well cause a problem in practice. Ross, to you.
Yeah, actually, I think Renee, I put my flag up as you started talking, but then you kind of explained the points that I wanted to make. I think if we agree the model applies, we should be very careful on the additional guidance we put in the core text. But in the non-authoritative guidance, we already know there's certain areas of judgments that are challenging, and we want to help with that. So we've been talking to the European Commission and the UN on specific challenges they're having with their multi-year arrangements, things like that. And appropriations might be another area where we need some examples to help people work through their own jurisdictional setup to apply the model we've created. And I think that is broadly the vision. It's about locating the guidance in the right place in the standards so we don't override the principles.
Thanks, Renee. And I think that's the general request for members, that you have a think through that and think what would be the specific areas that you feel in terms of implementing the guidance in practice that would cause problems. And then we can, kind of take a step back and say, okay, we need maybe these IGs and possibly some IEs as well, based on the fact patterns that members have talked through. Okay, so if I then go to Patricia and then to David.
Thank you. My question is, it's quite. I would like to ask to clarify that the appropriation is the way used by an entity to establish a binding arrangement. I think it's an example. Because of this, I think the best way is not authoritative guidance. And another point in relation to the previous discussion is that I think when I thought about the Brazil and other countries' situation in relation to budgeting. Budgeting only authorized the expenditures, but not the budget is not mandatory. But in some situations, the budget is mandatory when the legislative changed the budget. And then these changes or the authorizations from the legislative change is mandatory, but there isn't the compliance obligation of the other part. It's an unconditional expenditure, and because this, I think maybe you should consider if you are if a legally binding is always arrangement. I think no. Some cases a legal binding is an arrangement, and in some cases no. Maybe this is a main question, and then there is different consequences.
Thanks, Patricia. I think obviously the important thing will be to work those situations through bilaterally with Edwin again to see, because what we're doing is we're testing the model, and then we'll find out whether there are particular situations that cause problems in practice, or whether it's the application in the jurisdiction that's, David.
Thank you. Picking up on some of the previous points, I think I would agree with Todd and Renee that we do not need any additional guidance in here on appropriations. I think the model sets the principles. I think it will be very important, picking up on Patricia's point, that board members and TAs and any observers actually send in or discuss with Edwin the particular circumstances in their own jurisdiction to see whether or not the model works. And then I would support, if necessary, the inclusion of IG. You know my views on IE, and I would hesitate to include IE because that starts to set rules, or it is perceived to set rules. The appropriation process, in my view, is very much a jurisdictional thing. It's generally parliamentary authority. And if we started to do something in a standard that challenged the way that parliaments work, then I think we would be in some trouble. So we do need to be very careful with what we do. I know we always say, well, of course, it's going to be in BCs, but I think in this case, I think these discussions are very important. Appropriations is a subject that stakeholders have come back to us on more than one occasion. So I think we need to be very clear, and perhaps even, maybe longer than we would normally devote to BCs on this particular topic to explain why we arrive at where we arrive. Thank you.
Thanks, David. I think that's a caution accepted, and that use of BCs seems very practical way through. Trisha, just to check you're no longer in. Okay. Abdullah, to you.
Well, after what David has mentioned, I don't know how I'm going to state this, but I'm with the idea of keeping the appropriation, being in the angle of adopting IPSAS. As I mentioned, 55% of the questions that comes to us is about how to account for appropriation. And it depends on the angle you want to look at it. Are you already on IPSAS and you dealt with that already? Then you would think that it's not necessary to have it in there. But if you are in the process of adopting it, trust me that you need to have something to convince other parties or other stakeholders that is something solid there in IPSAS talking about appropriation. So I would be with the idea of keeping it, and I'm agreeing with the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abdullah. Ross, you want to come back?
Yeah, maybe just a question to Abdullah. So if we had significant BCs describing these discussions, and then we had non-authoritative guidance saying apply the principles, would you still think that's not enough? Because I think we're not saying nothing on it. We're just saying nothing in authoritative text. But I would expect we'd have a substantial section of the non-authoritative guidance and a place in the BCs where we make it clear that appropriations are in scope and you'd apply the model to your appropriations based on your terms and conditions.
Well, that would be enough from one perspective, but from an entity perspective, and they came across an example last month, and they said, why would you put it in a place nobody reads? It's like, but that was the challenge that I had, but for me, I would think that would do it, like to have one.
So I think it is very much, we need one model, and it needs to be clear it's one model that we're using consistently. And clearly appropriations is likely to be a major area where this is used, which I think goes to your point, Abdullah. What we need to do is work out what are the key, if you like, the key judgment areas, which would be how you apply that principle. So that's the emphasis on IGs to help elucidate in key, likely problem areas based on members' experience. And then we need the firm, the clear, extensive explanation in BCs, which covers that. So that should, it's not that we're doing something specific, but we're giving guidance that will help you apply the overall model in the context of appropriations. Lindy, and then Adrian.
Thank you. And maybe it's just me getting lost, but I think it's also important to remember who is the reporting entity, because if we're talking about appropriations and we're talking from the perspective of, example, the revenue fund or the exchequer that has to make the appropriations, and I think we need to make sure that the guidance from that perspective is sufficient if it's in the AG or EG. But if we're talking about the reporting entity that needs an appropriation to settle an obligation, that's different. And that we don't really need, but we need to make sure that the reporting entity is where we're looking at it from.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. I mean, again, I think this falls into actually really working it through, you know, because I know from my own personal experience that actually the appropriations, you know, would come from the consolidated fund, and actually in actual financial statement terms, that's just a bank account. It's a big bank account, but it's just a bank account. And so it's not actually on an accrual basis per se, but you're right, it's sort of, you know, but then overall, you know, when you consolidate, so we need to think about the mechanics in terms of your own jurisdiction, how it would work. Adrian.
Well, just to add on René's comment about appropriation not being an accounting issue, is that we need to address the issue only when an appropriation becomes an accounting issue. Appropriation is only a decision, and whenever there is a segregation of authority, is only a decision made by some, body that is not executive. So there is no possible executive consequence for an appropriation unless the executive body decides to go further and create a binding arrangement, a constructive obligation, or whatever. So here's something that we probably should make very clear in the BC at the time we draft the standard.
No, thanks, Adrian. It's you know, I think that's quite an interesting dimension, actually. Okay, so I think we've had a good discussion. I think what I sense is members accept the recommendation in terms of in authority to, oh, sorry, Ajith. I'll take Ajith.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, I also agree that appropriations should not be addressed in the standard itself. But I think what we could do is in the non-authoritative guidance, you could explain when the situations when an appropriation could become an accounting issue, and in situations in which the appropriation may not be an accounting issue based on principles. So I think we need to identify the principles in the non-authoritative guidance in relation to appropriations, where we explain the principles as it applies to the appropriations depending on the situation in each jurisdiction. So if in each jurisdiction, if the appropriations are considered in a different way, then I think we need to be able to identify it using that illustrative example or the non-authoritative guidance. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajith. So I think, you know, in conclusion, I think we agree with the recommendation that we don't need specific authoritative guidance, but we do need the bilateral discussions with members testing particular problem areas they would foresee, so that we can then determine, I think, two things. One is the need for some generic implementation guidance, and the second thing is what needs to appear in the basis for conclusions. So if members can reflect on what's been said in terms of that overall way forward, and then discuss bilaterally with Edwin, and then what we would want to see back is the conclusions in terms of IGs necessary in addition to the authoritative text and the BCs alongside that. And I think the next stage would also then be to you know, consolidate on that, but then to look at it from the recipient point of view and how the revenue side would work in with that, having consolidated that. Edwin, are you okay with that as the way forward? Okay, so with that, we move on to 3.2.5.
Okay, so we're at the last transfer expense paper, and this one is on impairment and owner's contracts. And really, there are no new principles in this paper, but we're addressing decisions and instructions from previous meetings. So at a previous meeting, the board decided that owner's contracts, as defined in IPSASB 19, are not applicable to transfer expenses. And they've also instructed the staff to specifically consider the application of paragraph 80 of IPSASB 19 in terms of impairment. And as a reminder, paragraph 80 of IPSASB 19 says that in some situations, before you execute on a contract, it might be onerous, but even before you set up the owner's contract, you need to consider if the underlying assets that are related to that contract need to be impaired first. So in the context of transfer expenses, we're not talking about the transfer right yet. This is really before the transfer happens. Is there an impairment of the underlying assets that you said you would transfer? So in terms of what the staff recommend for these issues is, so we recommend that obviously we're going to include guidance in the transfer expense standard to say that you would need to consider an impairment of the underlying asset. And that, again, is the underlying asset before it's transferred. And that would tie into the application of paragraph 80 of IPSASB 19. And then in addition to that, we would need to explain in the basis of conclusions that the concept of owner's contracts does not really apply to transfer expenses, because as defined in IPSASB 19, they're really only applicable to exchange type transactions, and transfer expenses fall outside of that. So I'll pause here to see if there are any questions or reactions from the board.
Okay, open for comments. Patricia? And then Camilla.
Yeah, thank you. I understand the instruction decision in September was to discuss more about the owner's contract. And in particular, I didn't agree with the argument here that owner's contract is not applicable in the transfer expenses. Because if I consider the possibility of the entity cancel the contract, and sometimes the entity has paid, for example, has to pay, for example, penalties. And then in this case, it's easy to understand the owner's contract because the entity doesn't have benefits and has to pay for the penalties. Because of this, I think owner's contract is applicable in transfer expense. I agree with you that it's difficult when the parts fulfill the compliance obligation. I think it's difficult to measure the potential services or what is the value to compare with the cost to fulfill the contract. I agree with it is a question when I consider the context or the scope of the transfer expense. But I disagree that it's not possible to apply the owner's contract. And another question is in relation to impairment.
Could we just deal with your first point, Patricia? Edwin, back on that.
Yeah, so when we looked at the owner's contract issue, we actually went back to IAS 37 and looked to how it was adopted to become IPSASB 19. And we noticed that in all the discussions and the definition of owner's contract, way back when IPSAS 19 was implemented or written, the board deliberately inserted that onerous contracts were only for exchange transactions. So that to the staff meant that it was a very clear and deliberate decision to leave out non-exchange transactions, and transfer expenses would be non-exchange. And I guess if we were to apply onerous contracts, if you were thinking about this and looking at what the accounting conclusions would be, you're looking at a transfer expense contract or binding arrangement where your benefits will never exceed your unavoidable costs. So that would mean every single transfer expense contract or binding arrangement would be an onerous contract. And that would also mean you would immediately expense everything. And we've already been told that that's not what the constituents want and believe is the correct accounting. So that's why we concluded that's not applicable.
And I think before we go any further, we've already had this discussion and made this conclusion. And I think in the paper, Edwin has explained the reasoning for this. I think in your example, Patricia, I think actually you'd taken it a step further because you converted it into a contract. So that was a separate transaction. So I think, you know, what we're not going to do as a board is reopen the discussion that we had back in September last year. We had the discussion twice, and I think in the paper there is clear explanation as to why this concept is not appropriate on the expense side. It certainly is on the revenue side, but not on the expense side. So I think there's sufficient explanation which clearly needs to go into basis for conclusions, but we are not going to go and reopen that principle. So can I have further comments on the basis that we are not reopening this decision? It is how it is implemented and how it is explained. Thomas, I'll take you, but then back to Todd.
You know, just regarding explanation and how you communicate that, I think there is an issue in understanding the fact that we are talking about non-exchange transactions in the light of onerous contracts on one side, and the identification of an impairment indicator on the other side. Because there you say, we look at an impairment from the perspective of what we receive. And this very much sounds like an exchange transaction might be misleading. So I think these two perspectives need to be clarified.
Yeah, it is a subtle point, and it's important how we communicate it. But I think it's clearly explained in the board paper, the rationale which supports the original decision. And that's why I'm saying we are not going to walk back on that decision, because we've already had two goes at it, and we're not going to reopen that. Todd, oh, sorry, Camira, and then Todd.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I do agree with the second recommendation of the staff on onerous contracts. So my point is more about impairment, and similar to what Thomas mentioned, I think it was, I did not see the relationship, or why should we test for impairment the underlying asset if we see that the goods and services that the transfer recipient is required to provide is below the current amount of the underlying asset, because I think there are completely, as it is a non-exchange transaction, so one thing should not impact the other. However, I do think that perhaps impairment could be useful from the perspective of achieving some kind of symmetry between the accounting treatment in the transfer provider and transfer recipient, because we are saying now that the transfer provider will recognize this transfer expense for the current amount of the underlying asset, whereas we know that from the perspective of the transfer recipient, he will recognize revenue as a fair value. So if this impairment of the underlying asset will help us somehow to achieve a symmetric value between the transfer provider accounting and the transfer recipient, it would be helpful, but not be with this example that we are presenting in the agenda paper, this relationship between the goods and services provided and the underlying asset, because I cannot see a direct relationship there. Thanks.
So Edwin, if you want to go back on Camira, and then I realized, Patricia, you had a second point that you wanted to raise. So
yeah, so for the impairment point, when we looked at the impairment standard, it's not necessarily for you to actually get the goods and services back in return. So the fact that the goods and services are worth less is kind of external information that tells you that the fair value of your asset is lower than the book value. So that is an indicator for you to look at impairment. We're not saying automatically you have an impairment, but we're saying that it's an indicator for you to test for impairment of the underlying asset.
Okay, so Patricia, back to your second point.
Yes, it's a relation to the impairment. I think the indicator is not aligned with IPSAS 21, because this, I think the example is not a good example, because I test the value of the asset, underlying assets, the assets that you transfer, not the good or service. I think it's aligned with the previous decision about owner's contract.
Thanks for that point, Patricia. So I think the instruction to staff would be just to consider that point in terms of the indicators of impairment. And then I think the question is actually whether we just log that, because we've got the pre-commitment in terms of the review of IPSAS 21. So we just need to see whether that's something that's urgent and needs doing before or as part of that, if that's okay. Okay, so Todd and then to Lynn.
Thanks, Ian. I think I just need to test out loud some of the things that I'm thinking here, because if I understand rightly, what we're dealing with here is there's been a binding arrangement entered into, equally unperformed, and we're sitting there saying, do I need to, as the transfer provider, do I need to impair whatever assets I have? Now, in most cases, a transfer provider is going to transfer cash, I think, in most cases. So I'm sitting here thinking, why are we talking impairment if that's the case? So it feels like very limited circumstances that you might be transferring some sort of physical asset that you might impair because it's mostly cash. Am I right, firstly, in thinking that this is going to be a limited set of circumstances?
This will be relatively rare.
Yeah. So then I'm thinking, why don't we have a principle that can be applied consistently? If I've entered into a binding arrangement and I'm happy to transfer $5 million to get the transfer recipient to do whatever, or I transfer a $5 million building to get them to do whatever, shouldn't there be some sort of consistency in how we think about that? So I've transferred a $5 million building and I'm only going to get $4 million worth of stuff out of the recipient. Well, what if it's $5 million of cash and I'm only going to get $4 million out of the recipient? So we need some way, I think, here of thinking about it consistently. What do we want as a board to be the answer if you've entered into some sort of an arrangement like that? So if it's the cash, do you basically expense the $1 million up front because you've entered into something that doesn't make sense otherwise? Or are you basically saying, well, at the time that we've entered into this, it's a binding arrangement, we're quite happy to pay $5 million for the transfer recipient to do whatever, and we should have an asset of $5 million. And once things start to be performed, we can start to recognise the expense over time or whatever. So I think, in my mind, this conversation needs to come back to a more principled discussion about what we want. And it may be that we don't end up in an impairment situation with the physical asset, because it certainly doesn't make sense. If you've got cash, you can't impair it.
Thanks, Todd. Edwin.
Yeah, so I would agree that you wouldn't impair cash. I guess we were trying to address the very narrow instruction on paragraph 80 of 19, and that's why we got to this place of only looking at non-financial assets. So yeah, we'll have to give it some more thought on how it would differ, or how using a cash instead of the non-financial asset would impact this conclusion. But I mean, I would still come back to, if you've entered into a binding arrangement, regardless of whether it's for a transfer expense or any other type of binding arrangement. If you have an indicator that an asset that you're holding that's not cash is worth significantly less, like I think entering that binding arrangement would be an indicator of impairment. And that's regardless of whether it's a transfer expense or if you're buying something, because you've agreed with another party that your asset is worth less. So,
I mean, I think this needs consideration offline, but I think also it illustrates the fact we are going to have some issues here in terms of potentially the interaction with concessionary loans or concessionary leases, I think. And that may well be where you're headed, Todd, because I could see if you're giving a concessionary loan, then you've got that. So I think this just needs, there is a principle here, I think, which is if there is an impairment from an accountability point of view, when the commitment, there is a commitment that results that, you know, it's sufficient that you have to recognize it at that point, and you're not getting full value, then there is a cost attached to that, and therefore from an accountability perspective, let me finish, Thomas, before you come in. So I think there are some principles here that we need to bear in mind, because I think the risk is that, as we've already identified, this could be quite a rare circumstance, and we end up going down a rabbit hole precisely because we're trying to deal with every single possible circumstance. So I think take a step back. If nobody is actually questioning the principle here, that then I think it's a question of just how do we operationalize it in the guidance, and that is probably what we're really talking about here. So I think the instruction is to take away the principles and then just to work it through for both cash and non-financial assets. And that's, I think, is really where Todd was going, if I'm right. Okay. So rather than debate on this point further, I'd rather go to Lynn, who's been waiting, and to Lindy. And then I'll come back, Thomas, to see if there's a further point.
So I was going to make very much the point that Todd was making, that the act of entering into a binding arrangement where it is perhaps quite obvious that you're not getting back value for what you're giving isn't necessarily beyond the realms. And I can understand we can say that about every single transfer expense, but the example that comes to my mind that makes me think it's not beyond the realms is in ED 70, we kept having this example around a vaccine program to third-party beneficiaries. Now, that is something you can kind of like attach a value to what that is worth as an example where you're asking somebody to provide a service to a third-party beneficiary. And we should have a set of principles that what happens if you are genuinely overpaying for that? You've entered a poor value for money binding arrangement for that type of scenario as an example. So do you recognize an element of expense when you enter the binding arrangement before anyone has performed? Or do you have to wait until you've transferred cash and then decide how you're going to value your transfer right? Well, it doesn't quite feel right to me to wait in a scenario where you have quite obviously entered a poor value for money arrangement. It feels like there is something as you enter that. So we shouldn't ignore scenarios where you know at that outset before anyone's performed that you're not getting a reasonable value back. That's not saying you should open this up for every single transaction. You're going to have to work through, and we're not going to be able to draft it here in this meeting, but there is something to me about the principle of when you enter a binding arrangement, particularly if it's for somebody to provide goods or services to a third-party beneficiary, that you are quite apparently overpaying for. That to my mind, there is a case for recognizing an element of expenditure on entering into that binding arrangement, not waiting till you assess your transfer right if you happen to transfer cash first.
Thanks, Lynn. I mean, I think you were kind of coming at it from the same direction that I was then. Todd, you just want to come in, but I think then I'm going to formulate the instruction to staff in terms of this.
If I can just come back in quickly, because I agree with what Lynn is saying, but I do wonder whether when you are consciously entering into a binding arrangement, is there some sort of rebuttable presumption that it's sort of an equal sort of thing, unless there's some level of explicit, we're going over and above? Because even in the private sector, you know, you could walk out of here now and find the same good in 3 different locations at different prices, and you could have the same sort of thing here. So, you know, you could say, we'll give you $15 for every vaccination, or 16 or 17. Who's to say that those aren't all quite reasonable? And so I do wonder in the drafting whether we need to be thinking quite clearly about how we articulate this in terms of getting to something that's sort of onerous, that might require a debit expense because of the arrangement that you've entered into. So I just caution how we draft this when it comes to it.
Thanks, Todd. So I think, you know, I think we're clear on the impairment issue that we face here, and I think that's where the point comes back into Patricia's point about, have we got the right guidance on impairment? Is there something that is missing in that to deal with this consequence? Equally, I think addressing Lynn's point, as elucidated by Todd, this is where I think there is a consistency issue that we need to think about, which is with concessional loans, potentially concessionary leases, where you know that there is some elements of value that you have deliberately given away, and there is an accountability for that. So that's the sort of triangulation that I think we need to have to make sure that the guidance actually is covered, and it's explicitly covered, so that you can see how you actually draw those together to work through a particular transaction. Okay, now Thomas.
Thank you. Just 2 thoughts, and I'm going to the topic of rebuttable assumption. And this is what I said earlier. I think the rebuttable assumption would be on the basis that we are talking about an exchange transaction, but we are not talking about an exchange transaction. It's explicitly that we are not getting something which is of equal value. This is why we're talking about a non-exchange transaction. So I think the whole problem is caused by using the thought of, I give something and I need to get something back of equal value, which then leads to the impairment. And I think we are going in the wrong direction, because we said it's a non-exchange transaction. That's thought number 1. Thought number 2 is, I agree that there needs to be an accounting reaction to that. The question is, what is the character of it? And I'm saying it's not an impairment. The decision is, I want somebody to do something, and this is not from a surplus and deficit perspective. This expense is not an impairment. That's kind of part of my decision to kind of give a non-exchange or enter into a non-exchange transaction to receive something, but it's not an impairment. Imagine what would be the picture if you would kind of recognize this 1 million as an impairment together with other impairments, which are normal impairments. You would just add this 1 million as an impairment expense. Nobody would understand why this would be an impairment. You made a decision to give 5 million for a certain purpose, and the 5 million should be in the P&L shown as the 5 million for this purpose, not as an impairment. So think backwards from the result. I think that helps.
Yeah, I mean, I think the trouble is that there are a number of different situations that you can define here, and I think, you know, certainly your reminder that you know, I mean, we have this problem about the term of art, exchange versus non-exchange, but remember that when we did define non-exchange, it was anything other than exchange. So below value actually is non-exchange in that kind of typography, so terminology. So I think we just have to be very careful in how this is actually explained. And you're right, it's a different circumstance to a lot of conventional impairment situations, but the question is, can you apply those principles and that approach to it? And it may be different depending on whether it's it's cash or a non, I don't know. You can see people grimacing. So I think let's just take a step back in terms of what are the principles here that we're trying to actually deal with, and not get into all this, what about this situation? What about that situation? What about that situation? So I think we've done that one to death, actually. I'll take Lindy, and then I think there's a clear instruction there. Edwin, Lindy.
I could actually just put my flag down because I agree with Thomas. I think you can probably have an impairment of the asset if you're going to transfer a non-financial asset. I think it's already covered in IPSAS 21 or 26 because it's like change of use, for example. So you would have to consider impairment then. But I think we must be very careful not to require anything else, because I think if it's a binding arrangement, if this is what you've agreed and this is the value you are going to pay the transfer recipient. And I think it's then a subsequent measurement issue once you've executed in that arrangement if you test for impairment. And I would caution not to do it before then.
Thanks, Lindy. Patricia, you want to come back in, and then I'm going to draw the shutters down on this because I go back to what the recommendation actually is, and it's about drafting. Patricia.
Yes, it's brief. I think it's an issue of measurement, not the impairment or non-impairment. What is the value of the transfer? And maybe, yes, I agree with Lindsay, maybe I consider in this case, I consider non-financial asset as for the financial capacity. And maybe in this case, better way to measure is based on IPSAS 26. But I think it's an issue of measurement. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. I mean, I think, so if we look at the recommendation, I think it's about how this is actually drafted, but I think there's the additional instruction to have a look at IPSAS 21 in terms of the adequacy to deal with the sorts of situations that members have identified. Okay, so I think with that, we come to a conclusion on this item. I think we now move over to Eileen, is that right? Okay, Eileen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the board for the very useful discussions on transfer expenses so far. We are pivoting now to the revenue project, which I think on reflection is in a different place in the sense that the work that we've done in this quarter has actually been very significantly fronted on the drafting side. And the two papers we have right now presented, and then a third paper on capital grants, is more about kind of cleaning up the final principle related discussions and also showing how principles apply to certain situations like capital grants. And so the first two papers, the first is on subsequent measurement of non-contractual receivables, which really goes into a lot of the constituent comments received from the ED phase on the measurement of receivables. What really struck staff as we were doing this analysis is that the board has had a lot of detailed discussions about the measurement of receivables of revenue arrangements throughout the life of the revenue project. And so staff thought it would be useful to at least highlight some of this history to really set the scene for today's discussion. So if we click through the animation here, receivables are based on either contractual or non-contractual receivables. And the board had previously considered that with non-contractual receivables, they meet the definition of a financial asset, and principles already exist to help entities initially and subsequently measure these contractual receivables, which are shown on the slide over here. Now, for non-contractual receivables, initial measurement was originally addressed in IPSAS 23, but there was no current IPSAS for the subsequent measurement component. And so there was a gap in our current literature. Now, the IPSASB did this analysis during the consultation phase and proposed in its 2017 CP to add new guidance to subsequently measure non-contractual receivables at fair value. Now, based on the responses from the respondents to the consultation paper, we noted that the IPSASB proposal to initially measure at transaction price was supported. And this was because transaction price was considered to be the best evidence of fair value per IPSAS 41. However, CP respondents did not support subsequent measurement at fair value because it was not considered useful, and generally constituents did expect that the measurement at amortized cost would be the most likely measurement. And that's because it would most likely yield the same results with minimum differences from those measured at cost, as most receivables are collected with a one-year time frame. Now, during the IPSASB's analysis in the ED phase, members had considered the constituent feedback and reflected that, as noted in the consultation paper, the non-contractual receivables do have many of the features of financial instruments, but without being contractual in nature. That means that they are similar in substance to contractual receivables, but do not arise from contracts. Second, the board had noted that there were no public sector specific reasons that were identified to warrant a different accounting treatment for the subsequent measurement of non-contractual receivables versus subsequent measurement of contractual receivables. And thus, the IPSASB had proposed in the EDs to apply the IPSAS 41 principles by analogy to subsequently measure non-contractual receivables. This application by analogy would ensure that transactions with the same substance are accounted for using consistent principles. Now, if we go into the next slide, we can look into what ED constituents actually said in response to these revised proposals from the board. Now, overall, the majority of ED respondents did support the proposals for both initial and subsequent measurement of non-contractual receivables and applying those IPSAS 41 principles. Some constituents did not fully agree, and it was relatively based on two factors listed on the slide here. One, that it was unclear about how non-contractual receivables would meet the financial instrument definition, and or that it was difficult to apply IPSAS 41 requirements, such as determining the appropriate measurement to use in practice. Now, staff reviewed and assessed the constituent comments in Appendix 2 of the paper in significant detail, and we did note that overall there were no substantial arguments against the proposed accounting principles. The IPSASB had previously included that there were no public sector specific reasons to warrant a different accounting treatment, and overall, none of the constituent comments really challenged that conclusion. The second is that additional non-authoritative guidance would be useful. So additional guidance, which is proposed in Appendix 2, would help users to better understand what non-contractual receivables are and from what arrangements they may arise, why and how the board proposes to apply IPSAS 41 by analogy, and when and how to measure them at amortized cost. Staff also noted that more robust basis for conclusions would also help to better emphasize why consistency in principle is appropriate and also necessary from a public sector interest perspective. Now, as noted previously, transactions with the same substance should be accounted for consistently with the same set of accounting principles. And this consistency in counting is necessary for a stronger PFM perspective. And so the staff's recommendations per the paper are in two forms. First is to retain and relocate the authoritative guidance on non-contractual receivables in the proposed IPSAS to better communicate that this guidance would apply to any receivables from a revenue transaction that may arise outside of a contract. And the second recommendation is to add additional non-authoritative guidance as proposed in paragraph 7 to address some of the specific commentary from constituents themselves. And so with that, our question to the board is whether you disagree with either of these recommendations, and if you have any specific comments on that factor. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. So anybody disagree with the proposed way forward on that?
Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I agree that where you've got like transactions, then we want, you know, the same accounting. I do think that there are some peculiarities when you're in the non-contractual receivable space that perhaps we do need to ensure are addressed in the authoritative material. For instance, in New Zealand, when it comes to taxes, non-contractual receivable, there'll be the imposition of penalties if you don't pay them and those sorts of things. And I think it just changes the nature slightly compared to some of the other situations that you might see more in the private sector, and you would easily account for under IPSASB 41. So I think it would be helpful to be clear on what we mean by an analogy to 41, and that if there are some specifics that are helpful to set out in the standard, that we do that, so that it's not just you apply IPSASB 41, but you do take into account the fact that there can be differences that need to be thought through in the application of some of those things.
Eileen, back to you on that.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Todd, for the comment. I think it definitely is something we can continue to consider as we do drafting. As you'll note from the recommendation, it's really about the direction we want to take and the fact that we don't need to change the principles per se. But I do agree, as we do drafting on the non-authoritative side to support the authoritative guidance, we'll just need to make sure to be as crisp and clear as well, so that entities have the right guidance to make their judgments appropriately based on the specific fact patterns within their arrangement as well and within their specific receivable. So definitely taking that note. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Eileen. So I've got Lindy and then Liang.
Thank you, and it's not a disagreement, it's also just a comment on and something to consider. So I agree with what's being proposed. Just one thing that, and I can't think of an example, but I was wondering if we need to think about it, is that you could have non-contractual receivables where you can't identify the contractual period, and then you won't be able to impair it in terms of the standard. So I was just wondering if in all cases you would be able to identify the contractual period and then apply the standard to that, or if there would be instances where you couldn't and then still, you know, just keep it at that value. But I guess you have the option for cost or fair value in any case, but it was just something that, you know, maybe it's something to consider. Thanks.
Okay, so I mean, I guess the question though is isn't that something that's already envisaged somewhere in IPSASB 41? I think, you know, the question is actually, do we need anything in addition? Because what we're actually saying is apply IPSASB 41 to this type of transaction, even although it doesn't strictly, you know, it's not strictly a contract as defined in 41. And we've already got precedent for that. So that feels like the right way. And I can't believe there isn't something in 41 that deals with it. I'm looking at Dave and Ross perhaps on this one.
We'll take it away and think about it, but I think there is an issue here, maybe a bigger issue, on the difference between accruals and true receivables. Because some of the transactions that we've heard about as non-contractual receivables are really accruals. And if you look at the definition of a receivable, it's something you expect to receive. The transaction's already occurred, but there's uncertainty on the timing of the flow of the cash to you, and that's it. And I think some of these tax accruals, when you're accruing for taxes to be paid and there could be fines and things like that, I think that's more of a general accrual for future transactions, but the taxable event may not have fully occurred. The person hasn't filed their taxes yet. I don't think that's the same thing, and I don't think we can fix that through a receivables accounting. I think that's a separate issue.
So I think those two examples need to be taken up to see whether we can't deal with it. You know, essentially it's a clarification of what guidance we've already got rather than elaborating unnecessarily. So I think that's the instruction to staff, is to take those discussions away bilaterally. Liang?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I agree that the same accounting principle should be applied to contractually receivable and non-contractually receivable. I'm just thinking whether non-authoritative guidance is sufficient, because if we believe we should apply the same principle, maybe we can just add in the standard, because I think non-authoritative guidance, maybe the authority is not sufficient. So I think we have maybe we have similar cases maybe in IPSASB standard, such as financial instrument accounting. Actually, in IFRS 9 and previously IAS 39, actually the contract to buy or sell the non-financial item, actually it may not by definition meet the definition of financial instrument, but the standard just say we scope in the standard, scope in this item in standard. So I think if we believe that we should apply the same accounting principle, we could consider to revise the scope of the standard IPSASB 41. In my opinion, such amendment may be good than just add non-authoritative guidance. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Liang. So I think, you know, we've got a precedent for this sort of approach in terms of, I think it's currency, isn't it? Where we apply IPSASB 41. So we don't change the scope of IPSASB 41, but we apply it by analogy, and that is done through non-authoritative guidance. So I think in terms of the way forward on this, I think essentially the board is agreeing with the proposed way forward, but subject to two things. One is the exploration of those examples that Todd and Lindy raised as to whether those can be dealt with or essentially are already dealt with through existing guidance, whether anything's actually additional is actually needed. And then I think there's Liang's point, which is actually then, you know, if we deal with this, you know, if we go down the route that we've already taken with currency, the question is that, you know, is there anything else that's required that would shift it from being non-authoritative to authoritative guidance? And I think unless the staff work uncovers concerns in that, then we go with the recommendation. If that consistency point does cause an issue, then I think we just have to bring whatever there is the recommendation back to the board. Ross?
Yeah, just Eileen, if you want to come back after I say anything, just to clarify, please do. But the one point to clarify for the instructions is it's monetary gold, not currency that we have. Sorry. So I'll make sure for the instructions.
Apologies. When I said that, I thought, no, it's not right. But anyway, okay, monetary gold, sorry. Okay, good. Okay, so move us on to the next item, Eileen.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks everyone for the commentary. So the next paper, 3.2.7, is regarding disclosure requirements in revenue. Now, as members may recall, the two EDs, so 70 and 71, each had their own set of disclosures. ED 70 included all of the IFRS 15 disclosures, as well as a public sector specific disclosure for compelled transactions. ED 71 included IPSAS 23 disclosures, as well as IFRS 15 disclosures for consistency purposes. Now, as the board may recall, staff had initially identified and presented 4 overarching themes in December 2020 based on the initial review of ED responses. And one of these themes was the extent of disclosures. And now if we consider the overall ED responses, a majority of respondents did fully or partially agree with the proposed disclosures on the basis that there were no substantial public sector reasons to deviate. But there were some constituents that identified concerns on the application in the public sector and requested either less disclosures, more disclosures, or revisions of existing disclosures for the reasons that are outlined in the paper. Now, there were quite a few inputs that staff wanted to consider before really getting into the analysis. And so the first consideration that frames staff's analysis is that there have been several big decisions in the past year that the board has made, which shift the landscape in which staff are now going to assess disclosure requirements and the ED commentary themselves. In particular, these decisions include the fact that revenue should be presented in a single standard and that content and structure should appropriately reflect the prevalence of various revenue types, the fact that exchange type transactions are a small subset of transactions in the public sector, the fact that the existence of a binding arrangement rather than the existence of a performance obligation per ED 70 is what really determines the accounting model and the accounting principles, and that the principles within are actually driven by the enforceability of the arrangement itself. So because of these decisions to date, staff first decided to merge the authoritative guidance into a single set of disclosures, add in section titles, and really reorder the guidance to first present general disclosure requirements that relate to all revenues, then the disclosures for revenues without binding arrangements, followed by the disclosures for revenue with binding arrangements. And this collated set of disclosures is generally summarized in Appendix 1. And this is intended to be the starting point of staff's analysis to more clearly assess whether proposed disclosures from the EDs are consistent with the accounting principles the board has now landed on, and to overall reduce the disclosure requirements by eliminating the duplication between the EDs. Now, another key consideration in framing this analysis is the purpose of disclosures. Per the conceptual framework, disclosures are required and to provide the financial information that supports the accountability and the usefulness of information for decision-making purposes. Now, if we think about that in the context of revenue, the disclosures should require entities to disclose sufficient information to enable the financial statement users to understand the nature, the amount, the timing, and the uncertainty of revenues. It should prompt entities to disclose or consider disclosing information about its revenue transactions that are material. This means that, similar to other IPSAS, not all disclosure requirements in the proposed revenue IPSAS may be applicable for an entity as it prepares its note disclosures. And in practice, fewer than the full range of possible disclosures may be made by an entity. And this is a point that some constituents had also raised for us. Now, another consideration in framing the analysis is to take a principle-based approach. This is a direction from both the board in December 2020 discussions, as well as KEG member feedback from December 2020 during that high-level review of ED responses. And we're going to go a little bit more into what principle-based approach would mean in the next slide. The last thing I wanted to frame here in framing staff's analysis for disclosures is that we wanted to consider requests to remove or to add disclosures objectively, and this was summarized in the paper. Next slide, please. So in the slide, we're going to go into what principle-based approach actually would entail in this analysis. Now, under a principle-based approach, disclosures should align with the accounting principles set by the board within the respective accounting models, either without a binding arrangement or with a binding arrangement. And so if we think about revenue without a binding arrangement, these are all non-exchange revenues, which represent a majority of public sector revenues. And these disclosures are from IPSAS 23, and they continue to remain relevant, useful, and appropriate, and thus staff have concluded that they should be retained. Now, what about revenues with binding arrangements? Well, the IPSASB has previously confirmed that all transactions from a binding arrangement are accounted for under the same model, because it's the enforceability of the binding arrangement that really drives the accounting principles to capture the substance and the risks of these revenue types. Now, to maintain a principle-based approach, all transactions accounted for in a binding arrangement model should be subject to the same set of disclosure requirements. Now, as staff outlined in the paper, our analysis confirmed that the proposed disclosures based on IFRS 15 are consistent with the accounting model that the board has established for revenue with binding arrangements and therefore would be appropriate. Now, if we consider even the IASB's own rationale when they were writing their disclosures for IFRS 15, we noted in their basis for conclusions that one of the goals for their IFRS 15 disclosures was to improve disclosure requirements to provide users with more useful information. That means that their disclosures were intended to help financial statement users to better understand the entity's revenues, the judgments, and the estimates. So there, the IFRS 15 model included principles and guidance that may be applied for any revenue, and consistent with their disclosure requirements to provide information about these revenues, they need not be applied if it is not relevant to an entity-specific transaction. And this kind of calls back to the population versus actual application fact in the earlier slide. Now, if we think about the IPSASB's proposed accounting model, we have concepts and principles that are aligned with IFRS 15 with adaptations for the public sector. And so our disclosures about the revenues, the judgments, and the estimates should also be aligned where appropriate. Now, the IPSASB's accounting model for accounting with binding arrangements would include the same principles and disclosures that may be applied to an entity's revenue transaction. And so the proposed disclosures should also provide information about those revenues, the judgments and estimates associated with those revenues, but need not be applied if not relevant for those specific transactions. And so all in all, the conclusion here was that the proposed disclosures that were in ED 70 and 71 and now merged together into the collated set are aligned with IFRS 15 and still remain relevant, useful, and appropriate for the transactions arising from binding arrangements. And so any disclosure requirements that are not applicable to an entity's specific revenue transactions would not result in any disclosures, but those that do would result in disclosures in the financial statement notes. Now, if we move on to the next slide, we note that with this principled approach and taking into consideration the constituent comments in Appendix 2, staff's detailed analysis noted that considering the board decisions and this lens, all the previous proposed disclosures should be retained, but be presented differently to better signal what may or may not apply to an entity's revenues. Some disclosures can be revisited to ensure that the requirements are succinct and effectively presented, which staff will work with the drafting group for over the next quarter. And lastly, what really signaled to the staff was that writing robust basis for conclusions will be incredibly helpful to communicate to constituents that how the IPSASB has considered and responded to their feedback, but also the importance of disclosures being consistent with the respective accounting models to provide useful information about the nature, the amount, the timing, and the uncertainty of the entity's revenues, and also to really highlight and communicate the thoughts on how entities can provide additional disclosures at their own discretion if they feel it is going to be useful information for the users of their financial statements. So a lot of the specific adjustments and BCs, as well as clarity that staff are proposing, are outlined in the paper itself in paragraph 8, 12, as well as in the Appendix 2. And so with that, the question that staff have for the board today is whether you disagree with the recommendations that are proposed, and if you have any specific questions about staff's process in reaching this recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eileen, for that introduction. And this is a very important area from the point of view of constituent feedback on the 3 EDs. So we're now due to take the second break for today. So we will now break for 20 minutes and then we'll come back and take any comments from members in terms of disagreeing with the approach that staff's taken or any questions of clarification. Okay, so thanks. So we take a 20-minute break now. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Third part of today's session. Before the break, obviously, Eileen had introduced the staff recommendations in terms of the way forward on disclosure requirements, and wanted to take any disagreements from members or questions. Yes, Scott, you're first.
I was hoping someone else would be. Anyway, thank you, Ian. Yeah, not a disagreement, actually agreement. And since we're going forward for principle-based approach, one of our principles ought to be IFRS 15 was based on exchange transactions being a main generator of revenue for commercial companies. And as you've indicated in paper, that's not necessarily so in public sectors. I think there ought to be a principle embedded in here about understanding what they actually providing disclosures about, because we know governments treat these like a compliance checklist, and they're going to go through and they're going to check each one of these things off. And so I think there ought to be a principle about understanding the nature about the revenue where the disclosures are being associated with. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. And I think, essentially, in a way, that was what Eileen was proposing, to start off with the kind of overarching principles and objectives, if I'm right, and then to move into non-exchange and then exchange in that order. Eileen, having put words in your mouth, have I put the right words or?
No, I'd agree, Ian. And to give you a bit of comfort, Scott, I think if we look at the overall draft IPSAS as a whole, the core text itself, and really the principles that we have in it, very early in the draft IPSAS is where we really highlight for the user that you really need to consider the nature of the transaction you're in, determine whether you're in a binding arrangement, not in a binding arrangement, etc. And the way that we've now proposed to structure the disclosure section will better showcase what you actually think about and what you might need to apply based on the transactions that you have. And so that might help mitigate that kind of checklist mentality of saying, let me go through every single paragraph in the disclosures, because these new subheadings in the disclosure section would help to pinpoint, here's the section that you need to think about for all types of revenues. Here's the section that are only for non-exchange type transactions, specifically revenue without binding arrangements, and then also those that are related to revenue with binding arrangements. So I think if we consider like all the changes kind of all together, that structural change and the decisions that the board has made so far on really emphasizing the other principles, I think will help create a very clear package now of what does or does not apply for an entity in considering their disclosures.
Right. I'm just thinking of all the companies that make checklists off of these things. They don't, so just be aware of that mentality out there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Scott, and thanks, Eileen. So Todd, then Lynn, I think it was.
Thanks, Ian. And in terms of what's set out in the paper, I think it's the right place for us to be pulling the disclosure picture together. Just one word of caution, I suppose. I think at the end of the day, once we see what this disclosure section looks like, we just need to challenge ourselves about whether we need every single disclosure that comes together built up in this way. And I'm just making that comment conscious of sort of the disclosure overload comments that come out sometimes. I think we do want to be able to step back in the end and say, this feels about right, given, we talk about the predominance of the non-binding arrangement side, and I don't want to be in a situation where we look at the disclosures at the end of the day and 75% of them are for non-binding arrangements. That's not going to feel right to me. So it's just that step back, I think, once we've worked through the process as outlined by staff, let's actually take the chance to really reflect on that. And I think back to when we issued the exposure drafts the first time round, it was a huge big hurry in terms of what are we going to do with the disclosures without having that chance to just step back and think, yes, as a package, this makes sense. So if we can make sure in the process that we have that chance to step back, whether that's delegated to the drafting group, whether we want to do that as a board, somewhere along the line, I think that's important.
Thanks, Todd. And I think, you know, that's where structuring in the way that Eileen has proposed should actually help us to understand that and understand the reasoning rather than just taking a check, you know, a kind of en bloc. It was in IFRS 15, so therefore we'll use it. And I think probably you're right that actually the first place to have a look at it would be in the drafting group. But then if the drafting group has concerns or questions that need to be referred back to the board, that would be the way forward on that. Lynn, to you.
Yeah, just on that, I guess it would be helpful for the drafting group is also to think about, we don't want it to be a very repetitive section when you could sort of go through the different types of revenue and then be reading the same disclosures. So I think that's incumbent on the drafting group to think about that. Linked to that, and it was in the table in Appendix 1, just when I was looking down the headings there, the word significant judgment didn't come until it was under revenue with binding arrangements, whereas it struck me that significant judgment, for example, you'd want that for all types of revenue. So I think there could be some commonality for all types of revenue that you would just perhaps push more up to that front section. And the one that really stuck out for me was significant judgments.
Okay, thanks for that, Lynn. I think that's helpful. Because the more that we are actually saying this is common across all revenue types, I think that helps, again, with the point that Todd was making. Okay, so I'm not seeing any other flags raised, so I think we're content with the overall recommendation that staff have made in terms of the way forward. Clearly, we need to see this work through in the detail, which the drafting group will work on. And if there are any concerns that need to be brought back to the board as a result, specific discussion, that will come through in due course. Okay, so with that, we move on to accounting for revenue from capital transfers, and I think that's you, Edwin.
Okay, so last item for revenue and transfer expenses today is on capital transfers. And just as a refresher, capital transfers are transfers where the transfer recipient is required to acquire or construct a non-financial asset. And to be clear, this is not a service concession arrangement. So just wanted to put that out there. In terms of what the staff has done, we've looked at how capital transfers could be accounted for under the revenue model for binding arrangements. And the reason why we went with the binding arrangement one is because pretty much 100% of the time when you have a capital transfer, it's going to be part of a binding arrangement because of the terms and conditions that are attached to the grant. So we're recommending that to clarify in the draft standard that the general accounting principles for revenue arising from binding arrangements can be applied to capital transfers. And we also plan to add implementation guidance or illustrative examples to demonstrate how these principles can apply. So in terms of what application of these principles mean, well, first, when you have a transfer or a capital transfer, the entity, so the transfer recipient, would need to identify the compliance obligations in the binding arrangement. So essentially apply step 2 of the model, or now renamed step B of the model, and determine if the acquisition or the construction of the non-financial asset is a separate compliance obligation. And then once the compliance obligations are identified, we would move to step 4 or step E and allocate the transaction price to the individual compliance obligations in the binding arrangement. And then the last step would be recognize revenue for each compliant obligations as they're being satisfied. So that could be either at a point in time or over time. And that's applying step 5 of the model, or now renamed step C. So in terms of the rest of the paper, it's really 3 examples, which I'll walk through right now. So the first one is the very base case, where you have an entity that receives 22 million to construct a building, and there's no specification as to how that building is to be used. And in this case, the entity has determined that there's only one compliance obligation. Kind of good timing on the construction part. So applying the model, upon the receipt of the 22 million, the transfer recipient would debit cash, and the transfer recipient would credit deferred revenue, because at this point in time, nothing has been done in terms of constructing the building. As the building is being constructed, the entity would reduce deferred revenue and recognize revenue based on the progress in construction. So in the example that we had in the paper, there is an actual budget with construction milestones, etc. So the suggestion for the example was that these construction milestones would be used to essentially measure progress, and that would be how revenue would be recognized.
Can I just, so if we just pause example by example and check everybody is, content with the way in which staff has analysed the fact pattern, and then we'll come back overall to the question about the format of the guidance. So Lynn, to you first.
Yeah, so I do agree with this example. I think the example though is telling us to credit revenue based on construction progress. The example assumes you've received the cash up front. We should also think about if you haven't received the cash up front, the credit to revenue would still be the same, which would be based on construction progress. So actually it doesn't matter whether or not you receive some or all of the cash up front or some of it at the end. It doesn't actually matter. What you're actually saying is your credit to revenue is based on construction progress. So as long as we are clear that you might have an accrued income balance or a deferred revenue balance, depending on how the cash compares to the credit that you've determined based on construction progress.
Thanks, Lynn. That's good clarification. Any other comments? Abdullah.
Well, this would be one of my favorite issues, IPSASB, but because we are going through lots of discussions around this, because while you are recognizing the revenue during the construction, but imagine it was an educational institute, but the mean behind building an institute is like to provide education. So why would you record revenue? I'm not stating my point of view, but I'm stating one of the discussion points that we came across, saying, why would you record revenue now rather than amortizing it or recognizing it over the time, the passage of time, while you are providing the educational, you are providing the output of the.
Edwin.
Yeah, that situation is actually covered in one of the other examples, but in the first example, we wanted the really basic case. And in this scenario, there was no specified use. So that's why the only obligation or the only compliance obligation was really just building the building. Now, in the second example, we're going to have an example where there's a specified use and there's actually a time period where the recipient would have to operate it under that specified use. So in that case,
yeah. So if you're okay, Abdullah, we'll move on to. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments? No. Okay. Good. Okay. So move us on to the second example.
So the second example, as I was just saying, there is now a specified use, and the entity is actually getting an additional 8 million to operate the building as a library for 10 years. And there's a penalty that if the transfer recipient stops operating the building as a library within that 10-year period, then the entire $8 million has to be returned. So in this case, there wouldn't only be one compliance obligation. So for this scenario, you would actually consider the 22 million as one constructive or one compliance obligation for construction of the building, and you would consider the $8 million as a separate compliance obligation for operation of the building. So you would actually account for those two pieces separately. So the 22 million would essentially be the same as example 1. And then the part of the transfer that relates to operating the building would then be amortized over the operating period specified in the binding arrangement. One thing to note though is that for the penalty, there would be no accounting because essentially there is no present obligation to return the money. That present obligation only arises if the entity breaches the agreement.
So that's a subsequent past event. Thomas.
I think I would agree to your amortized revenue recognition if the fact pattern would say that the penalty is only pro rata for the period where the kind of intended use is not kind of kept as agreed. But as you said, it's the whole 10 years you have to use it. In my view, only at the end of the 10th year, you could recognize the whole 8 million, because you have to kind of repay the whole 8 million if in year 9 you decide to use it for something else. So you have to repay 8 million, not only kind of 800,000 for the 10th year. So there's a difference between kind of the two fact patterns regarding the penalty.
I mean, it may be that actually if we use this example, that we should actually separate those two issues out, because I think the point about the penalty is that is a second past event.
I'm not talking about the penalty as the event. I'm talking about the revenue recognition for the 8 million.
Well, that's why I say I think we need to, because actually, well, sorry, Edwin, you take it, but I think that's confusing it, because the point is about how you recognise that 8 million.
Yeah, so I think the way we looked at this was, if you were to look at the agreement today, let's just assume that they are operating it today, then there would be no obligation to pay the 8 million. That only arises if the entity chooses to stop, and that's totally under their control. So I don't think you would say that there's a present obligation there until they've made a deliberate decision to stop the operations.
But as you defined it, your compliance obligation is to use it over a period of 10 years. And if you don't use it over a period of 10 years, you have to repay. So you can't recognize revenue already in year 1, in year 2.
I think this is a language issue, because the idea was the example was supposed to underline the fact that you continued to use it over that period, and therefore actually the compliance obligation was year on year. So you use it for 1 year, you have an 8. You use it for the second year, you have.
And that means the penalty would be reduced over time.
I think that's where the penalty, introducing the penalty, I think has muddied the water. Ross.
Let's clarify the example, because I think, like any arrangement, the terms and conditions will need to be clear. And I think this discussion, we're inferring things that haven't been written down yet. So let's just be clear in the example and the difference between the revenue recognition for the operation and the penalty should you breach, and make that penalty clear. You either pay it all back or the remaining amount back. Because again, it will come down to what the arrangements say, the present obligations that you're looking for in the arrangement and the compliance obligations you use to recognize the different units of account of revenue. And then the penalties themselves will be separate and spelled out in the arrangement, in my view. I think we haven't probably fully broken that out here. So let's take that away and just make sure we're clear.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure whether it was Liang or Lindy that was first. Liang, to you first and then to Lindy.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I hold the same view as Thomas, because the condition here is to say that entity has to pay the penalty of 8 million. Actually, to me, it is the substance of the penalty is the same as that if you do not operate the building in the whole 10 years period, actually you cannot get the grants, get the capital transfer. So in my opinion, I think maybe another view, or I think maybe another way to treat it may be more appropriate. That is to recognize the revenue after the 10 years, when actually at this point of time, we could say entity A has fulfilled its obligation to operate the library in the 10 years period. So I think actually the revenue recognition, the point of revenue recognition should be after the 10 years. It may not be a way to recognize the revenue over time, but at a point of time to recognize the revenue. Thank you.
So I think this is a language issue in terms of the way that the penalty has been expressed. And I think what staff need to do is take this back, because actually, if you said, right, okay, we have the 8 million over the period, the question is actually, would members agree that you can actually, because you use it for year 1, year 2, year 3, is that a reasonable pattern of revenue recognition? And then if you stopped 1 year before the end of the contract, you had to repay just that year's worth, then, because I think that's the point. It's the having to repay the whole thing at the end if you fail. That seems to me that's what's confusing us. So I want to check that if we looked at it in that way, people seem to be reasonably content that would. So I think if you can take this away and just reframe the example in that way, that would be helpful. And really, it's we brought two things together, which is causing confusion. Lindy, to you.
But, okay, so your compliance obligation is to operate the building over a 10-year period, and you earn 8 million over that 10-year period. Regardless of the penalty, you would recognize revenue as you operate the assets. So I think if you take the penalty out of here, you would still recognize the 8 million over the 10-year period.
Okay, Patricia.
Maybe for clarify, I think it should specify the value of the remuneration, and in the case of the break, the entity need to return the value and the penalty, and the value difference, not 8 million for the both. I think it's can clarify the example.
Yeah, thanks, Patricia. I think that's helpful. Okay, so I think without the penalty, I think we're in agreement. It's the penalty that's caused confusion on this, so that we just need to reframe accordingly. And I think it just illustrates the problem with actually really needing to be absolutely clinical about what is the difference here and what does it generate in terms of a difference in accounting treatment and why. And it's the classic, it's a bit like doing a scientific experiment. You only change one variable at a time, you don't change two or more. So if staff can bear that in mind, it's be absolutely clear, you're only changing one variable at a time. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to reflect on, it's interesting, the various reactions that we're having with how we frame the penalty, and we seem to just want to make the example simpler so that it will fit the conclusion. But what this demonstrates to me is that I'm not sure that the board that we're all aligned on the principle and how we apply the principle to the transaction. For me, it's a performance obligation model. So is the recipient performing according to the contract and to the expectation of the contract? And I thought in prior meetings, and we had talked about a penalty, the example of a penalty being a future event, not being something that was that needed to be considered at the outset of the agreement, because it's conditional on future events. Personally, whether the penalty is $1 or 8 million or decreasing over time would be irrelevant. That to me would be how I understand the principles of the performance obligation.
Yeah, I think you're right. Renee, it's about that penalty is a subsequent event, and you deal with that when that past event has actually happened, that there's a default, and not until that actually occurs. And I think that, but it comes back to actually by changing two factors at the same time, that has caused confusion in the board mind. Edwin, you want to come in before I go to Thomas? And I don't want to re-debate that. I think we've got the problem that we've changed two variables at the same time, and that's caused confusion.
Yeah, so example 3 is actually just adding the penalty, but not changing the other variable. But before I get to that, I think the difficulty is if you recognize the penalty up front, then somehow you have to say that there's a liability up front. And if you look at the framework, to be a liability, you have to have a present obligation based on a past event that has already occurred on balance sheet date. So to me, that doesn't really exist until the penalty is tripped. And especially in this case, it's completely under the entity's control, whether they operate or not. So it would be hard for me to say, no, you have to recognize the liability on day one.
I don't think... I think it was the way that you framed the example that caused the problem. So my feeling is that actually the way forward on this is actually to separate the facts out, which is to take the the kind of big penalty at the end out of the situation. I think members were content with that approach, and then we deal with the penalty separately. So it becomes two examples building in that way. Thomas.
Actually, I think the problem is caused by the word penalty. We are not talking about a penalty. We are just talking about the repayment of funds received. That's everything. That's all. And the question is really, you receive 8 million. That's the debit. And the question is, what is the credit? And our principle is always, you can only recognize a revenue if you don't have to recognize a liability, and you can only recognize a revenue if you fulfill the compliance obligation. If the compliance obligation is the use of the asset over the whole total period of 10 years, you can't recognize revenue upfront. And I think just make the experiment to change one variable, as you say, and this is the repayment of the total 8 million, or the repayment pro rata for the years not used. Just change that and see what is the difference in accounting terms. There must be a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the way that the wording has been, because, so I think before we go further on debating this example, I think you need to take it back and then split it in two. And I think we'll just bring that back at the mid-period check-in to make sure that members are happy with, that does actually elucidate the principle. Because what I'm not hearing, and I think Renee articulated it well, I think everybody else, I think we're agreeing that the compliance obligation would work in this situation. It's just making sure that we've got the right examples and that they're built up very deliberately in order to avoid the misunderstanding that we've had in the board. Because if the board's misunderstood it, then you could be absolutely sure that the stakeholders will misunderstand it. So, Patricia, you wanted to come in, or?
Yes. In my view, the two requirements or two establishing the contract are interdependent, because the entity decides every time if it fulfills the compliance obligation or pay the penalty, and what costs less for the entity. Okay, I think in the case of revenue, it's necessary to discuss owner's contract in this case.
I mean, I think can we just actually, because that's yet another variable. So can we just distinguish this? And because an onerous contract would be something, you're getting into yet another variable. So let's just build it up deliberately. Because there's a difference between the penalty situation and then the onerous contract situation. So I think let's just change one variable at a time, check we're on the same page. Can I go to Ajit, please?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. While doing the example, I would like to also focus on our conceptual framework, which says in 5.16, an obligation that can be settled without a transfer of resources from the entity is not a liability. So if the penalty can be avoided, then it's not a liability. But of course, I'm not saying that it should not be recognized as a revenue should be deferred. But I don't think it's a liability if the obligation can be settled without a transfer of resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajit. Yeah, I think that's consistent with the understanding that we've got. I think there's a question, Edwin, as to whether we really want to do the third example or not. I think not. But I'd like to go back to the question about the location of guidance. Adrienne.
I was about to say that for me, the example is very clear.
Yeah.
And that it appears not to be clear because we implicitly add to the wording when commenting on the example, because the example is very clear. 22 million for construction, a subsidy conditioned for 10 years operation, and then a penalty above everything. That's it. I mean, it's clear.
Okay, so let's just step back to so I think if you can bring back the guidance even clearer, then so let's just go back to the question on the location in terms of authoritative, non-authoritative, because I think this is an important area and it is tricky. So I just want to go back to that recommendation if we can, Edwin.
Right. So right now we're recommending to not add to the authoritative text and only having IG or examples. And I guess listening to the discussion, I wonder if we should have some sort of application guidance.
Lindy, you're in on this.
Yeah, I think we do need application guidance. We've defined capital transfers. I think it needs to be clear that capital transfers will arise in a binding arrangement, if that is at the very least that we should say, and then we can have the examples.
Thanks, Cindy. And I think probably the other reason that underlies why we will need application guidance is the fact that obviously IASB has admittedly a very old standard, but it does have IAS 20 on government grants. And essentially what we're proposing is a different treatment. So I think that probably underlines that we do need AG, which would just underline the fact that we have developed a model and we're applying it consistently here. Okay, David.
Thanks, Ian. I'm just thinking, sort of based on the principle that we seem to have established with recent previous standards, that means we also need IG before we get to IE. So we'll need to think quite carefully about what the question is.
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. Okay. And I think, you know, in looking at this again, I think there is that point about, you know, at some stages this onerous, and therefore, you know, or is it just actually making clear that we've just got to make sure that you know, that those requirements are applied. So you can take that away as an instruction. Edwin, further.
So it's not in the papers, but in the discussion of onerous contracts for transfer expenses, Eileen did raise that she already had the guidance on the revenue side. So I don't think we need a separate instruction.
Okay, well, if you can just clarify that, and I think that's probably a side discussion with Patricia in terms of how that actually works here. Okay, so anything else then from either you, Edwin, or Eileen on this this session? No. Oh, sorry, Renee.
I'm just reflecting. So this is we've scoped this conversation for capital transfers as defined to be part of a binding arrangement. So the term capital transfers in practice can be used outside of a binding arrangement as well. I'm just wondering how are we dealing with that? Are constituents also expecting that our standard would at least address these types of transfers outside a binding arrangement? Maybe we've already decided on that. Just seeking clarification.
Yeah, thanks. Ross, you first.
I would think if we think that these types of arrangements predominantly happen as binding arrangements, and maybe it's more of a PFM perspective that if you're entering into these, you should be doing them as binding arrangements, and we're not going to provide guidance for non-binding arrangement capital transfers. I'm trying to promote better PFM because I would be concerned if someone's trying to get deferred recognition of revenue and not using a binding arrangement for a capital transfer.
I mean, I think that applies, and in a sense, actually, I think we just need to tread quite carefully in terms of what are we, you know, so probably what we shouldn't do is actually provide guidance for a situation outside a contract. So it may be that we tactically remain silent on this for that reason, but I think we've just got to tread quite carefully. And maybe there's something in the board in the basis for conclusion that by implication deals with Renee's point rather than being absolutely categorical on it. Can we just look at the draft, David? Yeah.
No, I was just, it just brought back to mind the UK experience where actually before we moved central government to accrual accounting, that there was this sort of loose use of the word capital, and it actually meant that when we moved to accrual accounting, we had to sort of educate the budget people into understanding what capital actually meant in terms of accounting in this sort of way, because otherwise you'd get capital expenditure which wouldn't meet the definition. So I think probably it's, as long as we make sure that the definition of capital transfers is right and explained properly in this standard, that we might actually get over that issue anyway.
Is it a defined term?
Yes, I think it is, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. In the standard,
okay,
yeah.
well, let's just reflect on that point that you've just raised then, David, because I think we need to avoid digging a hole unnecessarily here. Okay. So I think with that, I think we come to the end of the session. I think we've covered, covered quite a lot of important issues this morning, and I think hopefully we've met staff's expectations in terms of board direction as well. So I think the only thing it remains to say, which is just without wanting to embarrass her unnecessarily, is just to wish Eileen well, that she is actually finally able to get married in early July, 8th of July. And so just all our best wishes and congratulations in advance on that.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, so I think with that, we come to the end of today's session. Thank you very much, everyone. I think everybody's contributed well, and it's been a good session. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We get into measurement tomorrow. And as I said, we'll take the conceptual framework paper first before we then we receive a presentation from colleagues from the valuation profession and get into current operational value. Thanks very much, everyone.